Hello, everybody. Welcome to today's City Council meeting of Tuesday, June the 2nd. We are going to be going in camera, and then after in camera at 4 p.m., we're going to return in open session. So what I need now to go in camera is a motion of council to do so. Councillor Strange, Councillor Newestag, any discussions to the motion? Seeing none, all those in favor? And that's unanimously approved. We'll see you back at 4 p.m. Everybody, welcome back to today's City Council meeting of Tuesday, June the 2nd. We just concluded our in-camera meeting, and now we're ready to resume and start in open session. So everybody, welcome to today's meeting. First up is we call to order and we sing the traditional opening of our meetings, which is starting off with the national anthem. And I'm going to call up Sandy Bird to the podium. And are you going to sing it from the podium, Sandy? If you want to come. Oh, that's okay. You blow us out of the water. If you want to come to the podium, we can lower that if you like to.
That's okay. I'll stay right here.
You're going to stay right there? All right. Is the mic, is it on, Tad? Can you tell? We'll make sure that it's on.
Don't worry about it.
Oh, there we go. Now it's on. So let me read quickly. Sandy's been a volunteer representative on the city's Accessibility Committee since the 1970s. As we know, Sandy loves to sing. In fact, we had a flag raising today for the Accessibility Week, and Sandy just decided to sing "O Canada" out in the Rosberg Park, and it was amazing. And I know she's going to be just as good now. She's been in choirs over the years and occasionally sings solo at her church, Holy Trinity, in Chippewa.
No, dear.
It's not in Holy Chile? Where?
No,
Where?
dear. I've moved on.
You've moved on?
I'm at Christchurch now.
Christchurch now. Okay, free agent. Okay.
I'm very close to you now.
Okay, listen to the highest bidder. I see how it works. Well, Holy Trinity's loss is Christchurch's gain. Sandy also enjoys knitting. Thank you to Sandy for always making herself available, and especially during Seniors Month, and especially this week during Accessibility Week. And we appreciate you leading us in O Canada. So please, everyone, if you can, stand for the singing of the O Canada National Anthem.
Oh, Canada, our home and native land, true patriot love, in all thy sons command. With glowing hearts we see thee rise, the true north, strong and free. Far, far and wide, oh Canada, we stand on guard for thee. God keep our land glorious and free. Oh Canada, we stand on guard for thee. Oh Canada, we stand on guard for thee.
Wow. Well, Sandy, on behalf of all of us here and everyone at home watching, thank you. You knocked it out of the park as usual. We appreciate the energy. And the best part, for those of you that can't see, she's smiling the whole time she's singing. So it makes it a pleasure to listen to her and watch her sing at the same time. So thank you so much, Sandy.
It is indeed my honor.
Well, thank you. Now, with the aim of educating our community, I'd like to invite Michelle Elise Burnett, who is Bear Clan, Thunderbird Clan, and Métis, to join us to share her testimony as we acknowledge and thank the Indigenous peoples who are stewards of this land for a millennia before us.
Hi, Ani, bonjour. Naui kapo Nadijna kaz, Makwadodam, Nimkidodam, Nagadonjaba, Mix European Anishinaabe Kwayandao. My spirit name is She Who Is in the Center. My French-English name is Michelle Elise Burnett. I am an artist, curator, producer, and storyteller of mixed Indigenous and European ancestry with Nipissing Algonquin roots. In my teachings, we are reminded that every decision that we make, we must consider the impacts it will have on the next 7 generations. We strive for Mino Bimatsawin, to live a good life, one that seeks balance with all life forces, and a life that truly matters. It means leading from the heart, seeing, listening, feeling, speaking, and acting with good intentions, and never for self-serving reasons. Ichi-Manitou, the Creator, gave all creation gifts to share with one another, and with those gifts come responsibilities. The first, is gratitude. Let's give gratitude for the life-sustaining gifts that Mother Earth provides. She is our greatest teacher, demonstrating generosity each day, without ever asking anything in return. We as human beings must learn from our older and wiser relatives. We must remember that our very existence is supported by their gifts. And by thanking each life-sustaining force, one becomes tied to each of the forces of the natural world. It also reminds us that what is done to one part of the web of life has repercussions on all life forms, including ourselves. When we carry this understanding into our workplace, our homes, and our daily choices, we are actively caring for the next 7 generations with love, generosity, and gratitude. Chi-miigwech.
We're grateful for the land that we shared together. Moving on the agenda, we're looking for an adoption of the minutes of the May 12th, 2026 meeting. Looking for a motion. Councillor Lococo, seconded by Councillor Baldinelli. Any discussion? Seeing no, do you have
Victor's name was mentioned as being here, but that was a meeting you weren't here, just for clarification.
Oh, okay, Councillor Pietrangelo, so clerk will make a note of that, and we'll correct the minutes of the meeting. Thank you for that, Councillor. Okay, if there's no further changes, we'll call the vote. All those in favor? Okay, and that's approved unanimously. Any disclosures of a pecuniary interest? Councillor Lococo?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. 7.3, the Accessibility Committee. It's not a conflict of interest or pecuniary interest, but I do want it noted on record that I didn't participate in the choosing of the award for the Accessibility Committee. It is one of my husband's family members, so I just wanted it noted that I didn't participate.
Sounds good. Thank you for that, Councillor. Moving along to everyone's favorite part of the meeting. This is the mayor's reports and announcements. Okay, it might not be anyone's favorite part, but maybe it's mine. We start off with the obituaries. We'd like to offer our sympathy to the families of Rita Brink, mother of Michael Brink of our fire services. For birthdays, our fire chief, Joe Zambito's birthday is this Thursday, June the 4th. So swing by his farm for some from fruit and beverages, yes. And also, we can't overlook Kevin Jack from We Stream in the corner on Wednesday the 17th. Yeah. All right, so we're going to have some special events and announcements. First off, the Starter Company Plus celebration event that took place at our exchange, where we had a company graduation celebration. Amazing entrepreneurs who are doing innovative things in our community. We're mining for the miners, and we're creating entrepreneurs to create the jobs. I was also joined by Councillor Patel that day. A multicultural night took place at Stamford High School. Jasleen Nidjar, City of Niagara Falls Co-ops from Stamford helped organize the event. There were cultural booths, snacks, games, performances, trivia, and foods from different cultures, and hats, as you can see. I'm wearing a hat from, I think that was, I can't remember, Colombia, I think it was. So it was a really great event. The Niagara Cricket Academy had their season opening and their jersey unveiling at the Chippewa Willoughby Memorial Arena. I was joined by Councillors Newestag and Lococo as they kicked off their season, unveiled the jersey, and it was a really great event, well attended. The University of Niagara Falls had their first ever graduation. Their convocation took place at the Convention Center. They had 950 master's graduates, masters in arts in digital media and global communications, masters of data analytics, and masters of management. The City of Niagara Falls Economic Development Department received the award for Distinguished Impact. I received it, on behalf of the city, and there's that. I want to see, can we get one of those for City Hall? Like, that's kind of cool looking thing, right? So that'd be pretty cool. Now, I have to tell you, I had a visitor this past week from Kazakhstan, and they presented me with a ceremonial whip, antelope leg and leather whip. So I was saying to councillors, I said, maybe we get rid of the gavel, and instead we bring out the whip. So we'll give lashes when anyone steps out of line. So we'll see how that one goes over. We'd like to acknowledge Paul Forcier, the Niagara Parks Commission police chief, who retired. Recently, we had an event for him at Legends on the Niagara. 38 years of Niagara Parks Policing. He became the chief in 2019. And I believe we had some counselors. Councillor Patel, were you at that event? The graduate? Your daughter, that's right, your daughter was there. I'm not sure. So anyway, thank you, Paul Forcier, for your 38 years of service. The 16th National Grand Council Convention of the Order Sons and Daughters of Italy took place at Club Italia. I was joined by Councillors Patel and Uestag as they were celebrating Italian heritage in our community. The 40 Under 40 Business Awards took place at the Holiday Inn in St. Catharines this past Thursday night. It was hosted by the Business Link Media Group. And did we have some councillors there, the 40 Under 40? Councillor Patel and Councillor Strange, that's right. It was hosted by the Business Link Media Group. Incredible young people making a mark in our region. Congratulations to our own Dean Spirinello from the Economic Development Department for being one of the recipients, as well as some recipients from the Niagara Falls Innovation Hub, David D'Angelo and Marina Radovnovic. Congratulations to both of you. The annual tree giveaway was at McBain Center. For the 4th year running, 500 trees were given away. So that puts us up to 2,000 trees planted. Redbud, sycamore, white cedar, birch, white birch, serviceberry, and black cherry. That was sponsored by Niagara Peninsula Energy Incorporated, NPEI. The value of the trees was roughly $10,000. Thank you to our staff and our Environmental Action Committee members for running this successful event. Thank you for Councillors Peter Angelo and Strange for your efforts at the Environmental Action Committee and the great work that you do in our community. And also thank you to Councillor Patel for joining. The Municipal Service Delivery Officials of Canada. Congratulations to our At Your Service team. So everyone that came to City Hall this afternoon walked right past our customer service desk, and they were the recipient of the Excellence in Service Transformation Award. Customer service is a big factor here in Niagara Falls. We try to give white glove service, and our motto is the answer is yes, what's the question? So we're grateful for this award, and as well to Shelley Darlington, our General Manager of Corporate Services. She was recognized with a Lifetime Service Award. Shelley, this is Shelley in the back corner. Shelley. Come on, over there. Yep, she's a star, and we got to acknowledge when the stars are shining. Council representation, I can't always be at all events as much as I like to. Sometimes events overlap, and I thank councillors for representing me and the city at all these important events. Thank you to Councillor Patel, representing the city at the Home Builders Association Chairs Dinner and Kids Nathyatra Chariot Festival on Sunday at Fireman's Park. Well, looked like a good event, well attended. Beautiful day too. The weather's been just incredible lately. Business milestones and events. Phoenix Medical Clinic had their grand opening on Main Street. We're grateful because we've got new doctors in our community as a direct result of our incentive program. And we're grateful I was joined by Councillors Uestag and Patel. Dr. Christine DeFazio celebrated her 25th anniversary as a chiropractor in town. This was a surprise. She was caught off guard when her dog showed up, her husband, and a whole bunch of other people showed up to acknowledge her 25 years of helping people. The Niagara Falls Art Gallery celebrated their 50th anniversary on Oakwood. That's that building that everyone sees on the highway that says, what is that building? Well, it's our art gallery, and it's got incredible stuff inside. And it should be noted, they do art classes for most elementary schools because it's tough as an elementary school teacher. You can't be great at everything. And you know, they bring in art teachers, they bring in music teachers, sometimes French teachers, any kind of expertise. Well, it's a wonderful partnership with the Niagara Falls Art Gallery where they come in and teach art. And as well, I can tell you, and there's Deb Attenborough right now coming in. And we're grateful that they go to all the schools, they teach art, and a lot of kids can also go to the art gallery. And there's some of the art on the walls, and they can actually be taught art there. And they now have digital art as well. They've got computers in there, and it's a great place to take your kids to learn art. And lastly, Neil Peart Night Car Show, of course, that's from the band Rush. And that's a picture with us in the parking lot at the Canada One Factory Outlet on Lundy's Lane. And those two women, if we can back up, on the two outsides are his two sisters. So along with Ray St. Jean in the middle, they hold this car show, and they did this for a great cause. And so this was Sunday, and incredible weather. So thank you to Canada One for sponsoring, and that young man, they did a lot of nice things for him. And there's the truck that one day I hope to own, and we'll see what happens. But we just said you don't want to hit any speed bumps with that truck. It's pretty low to the ground. And a couple more things, flag raising. We had Haitian Day flag raising. I was joined by Councillor Patel. We had Azerbaijan Independence Day flag raising. I was joined by Councillor Patel and Newestag. We had our Pride flag raising, Seniors Month flag raising, National Accessibility Week flag raising, and that was this afternoon, in fact. And you can see almost all the council were there. It was perfect timing because it was just prior to a city council meeting. Coming up this Friday, we invite everybody to join us here at City Hall out front at 1:30 in the afternoon, Friday, June the 5th, for Italian Heritage Month flag raising. We are going to have the flagpoles in front of City Hall. There's going to be Italian music, snacks, treats, and dignitaries, including Italian Ambassador to Canada, Alessandro Cattaneo, the Mayor of Niagara Falls, New York, and a number of other dignitaries. And one little funny piece of information I'm going to share with everybody. I was talking with the Italian Ambassador to Canada, and he asked about inviting the other mayors and dignitaries, and he told me he learned English when he was 16 in North Tonawanda. He went to high school in 1 year, so you'll be anxious to listen and hear if his English accent has a little bit of a Western New York charm to it. So anyway, he'll be here. He's very excited to come back and help in the celebrations. Our next council meeting after today will be Tuesday, June the 23rd, and that concludes the mayor's announcements. So now we go to item 7 on your agenda for those following along, and that is deputations and presentations. And at this point, I would invite our special guest, the president of Brock University, newly reappointed, Miss Lesley Rigg. Lesley, welcome. You can raise that podium, by the way, if you like. Ooh. Oh, it's not on yet. They're gonna. April, if you want to come over.
Oh, how's that?
Come over
There we go.
There you
Okay.
go. Now you're.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone, and thank you for having me, and thank you for having Brock University come today. I think it's very easy for me to say how excited I am about the next few years, given my reappointment, but really because of what's going on at Brock right now. So we're just here to share a few of the things that are happening and looking forward through our strategic plan. I think some of you may be familiar with these sites, or at least you've seen pictures of them. It was 60 years ago last year that Brock was formed and established and became the institution that it is today. Most of you probably know that Brock was formed because the people of Niagara raised funds to take to the government and say, we've raised $5 million. We would like to start a university. And they did that because they knew then what remains true now, that a public university intrinsically dedicated to serving the community has immeasurable value. And so I think we've come a long way since these pictures. My office is in that building that's being built, and it's been there for quite a while, and you can see it from almost anywhere in Niagara. So it really is a beacon. We are so proud at Brock to be one of Niagara's top employers. So not only are we one of Hamilton Niagara's top employers, but we are also the second largest employer in the Niagara region. We have almost 3,000 employees, with a vast majority living right here in the region, and 230 of them live in Niagara Falls. We're a really big, complex organization. We have a lot of students, but we also have a lot of impact. And I think that we don't always think about the impact of a university beyond our spectacular students, having great faculty, wonderful community partnerships, but we also drive, or at least help drive, economic prosperity in the region. So our economic impact every year is over $1.4 billion, and we take that very seriously because it's something that we know is important to Niagara. If we extend out to Ontario, we're almost at $3 billion, and then it just gets larger. But it is something that we are committed to because we know how important it is. We have now, this is a sort of staggering number, and it's going to go up next week after we convocate about 4,000 more students, but we have 124,000 alumni across the world. And so many of them live here in Niagara, but we have alumni from 110 different countries. So it's an amazing community on our campus. We know that Niagara's future relies on a strong, prepared, skilled workforce, and we work very hard to ensure that our students leave our campus job ready, or at least ready for the next challenge that's in front of them. And we are really proud of our experiential learning and our co-op offerings. And it's quite staggering to think that since 2023, Niagara Falls has hosted 181 of our co-op students. And that is just amazing. And honestly, as a president of the institution, I can tell you that this has such meaning for our students, for our programs, and for their experiences. We can do all that we do for them on our campus, but when they come into your workplaces, when they come into your offices, when they work with the people of Niagara Falls, that changes their lives, and we thank you. We have at Brock over in every single one of our academic programs, that's 100% of our academic programs have an experiential learning opportunity, because we know that it makes that difference in their future and their ability to go and get that next job. So if you look at this slide on the, I never know my left from my right, on the left side, Ella Barton, she completed a placement with Niagara Parks. And Niagara Parks has been exceptionally active in supporting our community and has been a wonderful employee partnership. Our partner. In 2024, the organization was recognized as both the Co-op Employer of the Year for large organizations and an Experiential Education Community Partner of the Year by the Faculty of Social Sciences. And then on the other side, Crawford Smith Swallow LLP. This one is particularly interesting. They have demonstrated such a strong commitment to student success with having, in the past 3 years, over 30 co-op work terms that they have sponsored. That makes them, this year, we recognize them as the Co-op Employer of the Year for small and medium enterprises. I really can't say enough about the importance, not just of co-op and experiential learning and prosperity in the region, but none of that happens without true collaboration and partnership. And our partnership with local municipalities is one that Brock truly values. By working closely together, we're able to connect academic expertise with real community needs, supporting workforce development and innovation across Niagara. It's a relationship built on trust and shared purpose that delivers lasting impact. So there's just a few pictures. That's Mayor Diodati standing at the podium, and I've just reclaimed my chair as the panel moderator that he tried to steal, but that's okay. I successfully got it back. And then in the middle at the bottom, you can see, as I know that living here in Niagara Falls, you see Niagara Falls all sorts of colors. But last year for our Brilliance Award ceremony that we held in Niagara Parks, you turned the falls red for us. And that's a picture that I will always feel warmly about. Thank you. As we look towards the future, we have a new strategic plan. I'm not going to bore you with all the nitty-gritty details, but I guess one of the things that I'll say is that we did a lot of consultation for this plan, and you can go online and look at all the details if you want. We had over 3,000 points of contact with community members. to ensure that what we were doing as a university was driving in the direction that this region needed us to drive. And so we asked why we were here. We asked everybody to answer, what purpose does Brock have in Niagara? And the message came back loud and clear. It came back in different forms, but when we distilled it down into its essence, it's to transform people and reimagine the future. And we're committed to that purpose. We have to get there to ensure that we can transform people, that we can make lives, change lives for the better. We have 4 strategic directions. Obviously, we're a university, so if we weren't shaping tomorrow through research, discovery, and knowledge, we'd be in some other industry. So that is definitely at the root of what we do and why we do what we are, why we do what we do. Building sustainable futures is a message that not just is it good to be environmental stewards, to steward the future of our students, but also to keep in mind the fiscal, financial sustainability that we have to uphold. If we can't afford to be what we want to do, then we don't exist anymore. And so making sure that we are really paying attention and to the money that taxpayers pay for public institutions in part, right? Your money supports what public universities and public colleges do. And so we take that as we have accountability to that. So sustainable futures is one of our 4 strategic directions. And realizing you matter is putting the people in what we do. And that might seem like a very easy thing to do, given that we have 20,000 amazing students, so there's people all the time showing us how great they can be. But making sure that everybody who's involved in the university feels and knows that they are celebrated is important. And finally, with 110 countries represented, and students whose backgrounds are from all over the world, we know that it's important to bring the world to Brock and Brock to the world. And so we take this seriously. We take it seriously within our curriculum. We take it seriously within our recruitment. And we take it seriously in how we celebrate on campus. And inclusivity is something that is fundamental to being at Brock. So this last slide is really just highlighting our commitment to community-focused programming throughout Niagara. BFIT, I don't know if anybody goes to BFIT at the Summer Games Park, right there at the Thorold and St. Catharines border on our property. The BFIT program is one that is supported by lots of different organizations, including the Rankin Cancer Run. And it enables individuals who are dealing with cardiac issues, stroke recovery, and a number of other conditions to really focus on their future and their health. But it's also open to a lot of other individuals. I can't remember what the cutoff is. Do you know, is it 50? 55. Okay. All I knew is I was there. So, okay. So if you're over 55, it is also a facility that is open for you. And if you look, we just on this past Friday, there's a picture of somebody there with a shovel. We had the groundbreaking on our Clean Agriculture and Sustainable Production facility, which is the largest Canadian Foundation for Innovation grant that Brock has ever received. And it is focused on the agro-food sector and the future of agriculture in Niagara. A number of other pictures here that highlight our partnerships, including our partnership with Niagara Parks. And with that, I thank you for listening. And through you, Mayor, if time is available, I am happy to answer any questions.
That'd be great. Thank you very much. Is that John McBain in that picture?
It is.
Oh, yeah, front
Yeah.
line. Excellent. Big philanthropist and believer in education. He's given hundreds of millions to education, and he's a Niagara Falls boy. We're very proud of. Any questions of Councillor? Councillor Lococo.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through the mayor to Dr. Rigg. Thank you so much for the presentation. Very impressive, and I understand why you're proud. I did have one question. What can we do as a municipality to ensure that graduates stay in the region? I know some people come here for education and plan to go back to their home or their country, but for our local people, what can we do to ensure that they would stay here?
It's a great question. I think we were talking about it actually in the lobby before we came up. There's some interesting stats around that. I think, you know, it's quite obvious. A lot of people do come to Niagara for education and they fall in love with the region and they want to stay here. What makes them stay here is maybe something a little bit different. But I do think that the experiential component to education is important. And so the co-op placements, you are already as a city doing volumes when it comes to co-op placements. That's a staggering number. And it's a really important piece of the puzzle when it comes to retention. I think that many students I was surprised when we polled our students, only 28% of Brock students actually come from the Niagara region. I thought it was going to be much higher. But when we poll those students, all of our students, almost half of them say they want to stay in the Niagara region. So I think that in places like Brock do play a role, not just in the prosperity of the region, but actually in attracting talent and bringing talent to the region. So I think our partnership is important, continuing to collaborate, and really those co-op placements are fantastic. But the open dialogue in terms of our programming, what we offer on our campus and the way we offer it, those are things that are always good discussions to have. And so we are always open to listen.
Great, thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Patel?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you very much for your presentation. Thank you to Brock for all the contribution it makes in the Niagara region. I'm a proud Brock parent with a daughter in a nursing program at Brock.
Excellent.
And so I'm going to ask you a question with the healthcare professions. You know, there is a shortage of healthcare professions in every field. How is Brock working with our health system to prepare the future healthcare workers at the Brock University?
That's an excellent question. Thank you. I think, you know, beyond our nursing program, we also have other health-related programs, and we have the Health Plus program. But we work very closely with the hospitals. We work very closely with like facilities like BFIT, with some of the physical therapy facilities, with hearing. It goes across the healthcare spectrum. So we are incredibly active. Our placements, our nursing placements, when I first came, I visited the hospitals to see our students in action. And so being able to work hand in hand with Niagara Health, with Halton Health, and with right around the Horseshoe, and now that we've expanded out into Burlington, we're working with Burlington as well. So we're trying to ensure that the healthcare that is happening here in Niagara is world class. And the nursing is just one great example. And I'm so glad that your daughter's in that program. We hear it's a fantastic program. We always hear great stories about where those students go and how successful they are. So thank you for being a proud parent.
Thank you. Through you, Mr. Mayor, one more question is, how can we, the City of Niagara Falls, help Brock in any way to make these co-op programs or any other direction to make it better?
So I think doing exactly what you're doing right now and promoting Brock to organizations, companies, small, medium, and large in the region, reaching out to our community group on campus. If you know of something that is happening that Brock should be there or the Brock placement should be there. We also have professional and continuing studies, which is a sort of professionally based organization within our campus that offers professional programs. So there's lots of links and ways to connect with us, but considering that we have such a strong collaboration and partnership, you're already doing what we need you to be doing. More is good. Our students love their time that they spend here. So as many students as we can have with placements in Niagara Falls, the better.
I'd also add, I did a couple of my undergrad courses at Brock, and on both sides of me, I've got Brock grads, and Kathy Moldenhauer and Tony Baldinelli, Brock, and Tiffany, and she did her co-op Crawford, Smith, and Swallow, she did that, Brock. Ruth Ann Newesteg, Councillor Newesteg, also Brock. So there's no question, I was talking to Chris Giles. What's that? I feel a little outnumbered right now, so I'm just gonna let that one slide. But I do have to say, I was talking to Chris Giles at the Parks Commission the other day, and he came here to go to Brock, and now lives here, he started his life. And so many people, like you said, it's because of Brock that they come and they stay. And it's been nothing but great for Niagara. In fact, I was going through my archives, and our CAO went to Brock too. So I was going through the hallways of Brock. Do we have that picture?
Oh,
There he is. Oh. Look at that, hey? Look at that. So a handsome guy with the middle part, right? So anyway.
how long did it take you to find that?
Not long at all. I had it at my fingertips. If it involves making fun of him, I'm ready to go. You see how quick he was with the Western joke? Well, I had to throw him right back at him, right? It's called tit for tat. That's right. So, Councillor Newesteg. And then we've got a group waiting to come up next, so we want to move along. But go ahead.
Yeah, thank you. Just a quick question. I went to Brock many, many decades ago, and you could park right at the very front. What are the projections for the next 5 to 10 years of student enrollment for Brock?
So it's, right now, Ontario is in a period of really high growth in terms of student demand. We hear, in other areas of Canada and south of the border, something that's referred to as the demographic cliff. In other words, the number of students who are going into university is plummeting. Not in Ontario. In Ontario, we have between a 4 and 7% increase in student applications across the board, and we're predicting just next year probably around a 5% increase. And so we're not aiming right now to be 40,000 students and double our size, but we are looking for a steady growth of 5% a year over the next little while. It would be to just meet the demand of the students that are coming into the system. And so the greater share of those students that we can get, the happier we are, because we know what Brock has to offer is fantastic. I once was at a presentation in Ottawa, and the speaker said, "Are you the president from Brock?" I said, "Yeah." And he said, "My son almost went to Brock." And I said, "Yeah, that's not our motto." And he said, "No, but I'll tell you, he's regretted not going every day since." And so we know what we have is really important for our students. So growth is a moderate but determined growth to serve the needs of that student population.
That's really glad. I'm glad to hear that. Thank you. And you've got these
Thanks.
young people behind you from the Mayor's Youth Advisory. I'm not sure how many will be heading off to Brock when they graduate, but I'm sure there might be some. Yeah. Anyway, thank you.
And thank you to all you Brock grads out there.
Okay, and we do, one of
Okay.
your other Brock graduate has a
Okay.
question too. And I'm going to send you a second receiving of this.
Okay.
Thank you. Thank you, through you, sir. I'm just wondering, we have a special project going on currently at Fireman's Park. And they've dug out our water, or the
Dredged the
pond
pond.
back, dredged the pond there. And I've appointed several people to go and contact Brock. And would Brock be willing to send one of their graduates or something to make sure we get the native species, proper fish in the biology department?
So we definitely have a group that, so if, April, if you can get that connection to our ESRC or biology or geography. So we have different options for that.
Yeah.
So we'll make the connection to see if
I think it would help
that's.
them, right, to be able to reinvigorate that.
That was my field, so I wouldn't, I could put my hand up.
Mine too. I was under Dr. Dickman, so I was
Oh, okay.
limnology, so thank you very much.
Yeah,
Did you want to introduce too? You've got a guest here.
that would be fantastic. Thank you.
Bring her up.
I would love to introduce our new Vice President External, Alexandra Lawson. She has joined us she's 7 days in. So, but you could ask her any question. I think she would have the answer. So,
Welcome her. Welcome to Niagara. So with no further, I would ask that our two Brock graduates, maybe you could make the motion to receive the presentation. Moved by Councillor Newesteg, seconded by Councillor Baldinelli. All those in favor? Okay, and that's unanimously received. Dr. Rigg, thank you for being here. We appreciate you and all that Brock brings to Niagara, and we look forward to working more closely with you over the coming years.
thank you, sir.
Thank you very much. Thank you. And thank you to April Jeffs, the former mayor of Waynfleet, for coming with you today. Thank you. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we do have a number of, you can stick around, feel free, but I'd suggest start the car and run, okay? That's what I'd suggest. So now we do have a number of students here today. This is for the Mayor's Youth Advisory Committee year-end deputation. So first I'd like to start by calling up, we've got a couple of people who are going to do the presentation and deputation to council, and then we've got a special award after that. So first up, if I can have the students that are going to present to City Council, and if you'd like to please introduce yourselves, we'll look forward to hearing your presentation.
Hi, I'm Remy Pietrangelo. Unfortunately, the other co-chair wasn't able to make it because she had to work, but I am the other co-chair, and then we have Arush here.
Hello everyone, my name is Arush Verma. I serve as the Vice Chair of the Mayor's Youth Advisory Committee.
And I'm sorry, what was the name of the first one of you, did you say?
I'm Remy, and then Maddie is
I didn't hear your last name, I didn't hear.
Pietrangelo.
Peter Angelo.
Yeah.
Does anyone look familiar in this room here?
I met Councillor Strange before, but that's about it.
Good comeback. Welcome, gentlemen.
Welcome. So part of our committee, we have 3 subsections, which includes Just for Fun, where we plan recreational events for our youth of Niagara Falls to connect and just to build those connections that we need in our community, whether it involves sports tournaments or social recreations, we do that. Secondly, we have our Green Committee, which focuses on our environment and our environmental needs and pushing our youth towards more eco-friendly habits. As you know, our youth is very passionate about our environment, and we hope that in our following years we can increase more of an initiative in that. And third, we have youth empowerment. Youth empowerment focuses on empowering and encouraging our youth to give back to our community. As we know, giving back is something that we hope to do as our committee, and we hope that we can create more leadership opportunities for our youth, so when they grow up, they can, place themselves in an opportunity where they feel like they have a voice in our society.
All right. For our first subcommittee, we have Just for Fun. So the first event that we did was our games night on November 25th, and that went very well. We had a bunch of board games, card games, and then we also switched to indoor recreational games like Octopus and Tag. And then we also had snacks and drinks that were provided. So this was a great turnout for our first event.
For our second event, we had youth basketball tournament. It was on February 13th. We hosted that as Just for Fun. We have the chair of Just for Fun right here, Aiden, and we have Daniel right over there. They are very spectacular individuals, very committed. So with this tournament, we did a 3v3 style of basketball where the youth in our community signed up for this tournament. And the award, it was total 15 teams competing. I'll get that over with. And the teams represented students from all over Niagara schools. And there were prizes for first, second, and third. So that was a great opportunity to outreach to our youth through a basketball tournament. Furthermore, we have our youth volleyball social night. This is not more so a tournament. It was just more so like, a recreational event that we get youth to show up and just play the sport of volleyball. You know what I mean? So it could be grade 9s to 12s. I know it was really fun in that situation. It was held at the McBain with entry free. You just had to sign up online to reserve your spot. And snacks were provided for the youth that played in that volleyball night.
Okay. And then we also had our skate night. This was probably our best event of the year. We had over 100 people. We sold out of skates. And so for an entry fee, we had $2 and then an $8 fee for skate rental. So all of that went to Project Share. And as well, for an entry fee, they could have donated food. So we raised 4 bags of food for Project Share. And this was a great event. And it was at the Gale Center. And then next was our team badminton social just a couple weeks ago. This was held at the McBain Center again, and it was similar to the volleyball night. It was just for fun and not like a tournament style. So kids could come in there were 2 periods of time where they could come in and just play with their friends. Then we had snacks as well, just to get them more in a relaxed and social environment.
Next, we have our Green Committee. They're on on top of everything, firstly, we got the Earth Week cleanups that they did. They participated alongside some of our MIAC individuals, where they were assigned to adopt the street and just clean it up in a way with the community. The second cleanup was with Project Chair as well, where they collaborated and focused more so on environmental care and just helping the people of Niagara Falls in a safer and cleaner environment. This opportunity helped them clean community gardens as well, which we know as many tourists come to Niagara Falls, the first place or one of the places they stop by is our community gardens, and it was a great opportunity.
All right. Next, we had our Earth Week. So this was going on at the same time as our Earth Day cleanups. So we had a booth set up at the McBain Center. We had a wheel that you could spin. So you spin it, and then you would get a question, and then you answer it, and then we had some MIAC swag, some Niagara Falls swag, and we had over 300 people who visited the booth over the course of the time. And then we also had flower grams. So that was for our Valentine's Day. We bought a bunch of flowers, and then we raised donations. So if you donated, you would have a flower, and we would give it to you during your period 2 class. So we gave it out to all the high schools except for one. And then we donated all the money that we raised. And then next we had the water bottle decorating challenge. So this was an initiative to reduce single plastic waste. So we encourage people to decorate their reusable water bottle and then send in a photo, and then the winner would get a prize.
And lastly, we have youth empowerment. This committee they had a lot of initiatives that helped youth outreach to leadership positions. First, we start off with Project Plaid. As we know, this is a mental health awareness initiative. It focuses on honoring those who are lost to suicide in our society or struggling with mental health issues. By this, we encouraged most of the schools in Niagara Falls to wear plaid just to help the mental wellness and stigma around mental health, as it's growing as a prevalent issue in our society for the youth.
And then just last week, we had the Night of Art. So we saw a few counselors there. We had a mural set up, so there were 2 sides to it, and anyone who wanted to come up, they could come up and they could paint and just add their perspective to the painting. It was just freehand. And then we also had a wheel that you could spin, and then you would earn some MIAC merch or Niagara Falls merch, similar to the Earth Day booth. And and then we also have our hygiene drive going on right now. So we have bins set up at all the high schools and a bin at the McBain Center to help raise funds for those in need. So thank you, and if you guys have any questions.
Thank you very much. Council, do we have any Councillor news tag?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. As the council representative sitting on MIAC, I just want to thank all the members of MIAC this year for all your hard work, your participation, your activities. You guys worked very, very hard, and it shows, and congratulations. It's so important to see the youth step up and become part of it. And for those who are graduating and moving on, we certainly hope that they come back and become the leaders of the future here. And also thank you to Michelle. She was amazing with all of you. She kept everyone in order, and it was very impressive to see how well everybody participates. So I just wanted to thank you. Your work did not go unnoticed. So
yeah, and we want to thank you and Councillor Strange as well for all your work that you put in. And then lastly, we'd like to invite up Tom Mitchinson, Jim Diodati, and then our recipient Meredith for the scholarship.
1 second, I got one more question for
Oh,
you,
okay,
Councillor.
sorry.
That's okay. Thanks for taking over, though. I appreciate that, Remy.
Thank you.
Free.
Yeah.
Good, excellent. We need a good mayor around.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just want to echo Councillor Newstakes, what she was talking about with you guys. You have 5 schools, grade 9 to grade 12. We've got participants from every high school, and I've been there the last 12 years, and it's been amazing watching you kids. So who's all graduating, and where are you guys going? Everyone that's here.
I'm going to McMaster. I'm graduating.
Oh, guys, I'm graduating too. I'm going across the border to Niagara University, right across the border. Yep.
Shout it out, stand up, shout it out.
Oh.
Say your name.
I'm Aiden, and I'll be attending Niagara College. I'm Daniel, and I'll be going to
So it's awesome. That's everyone?
Yeah, all of them.
And we have
a bunch of other
And we have
graduates.
some other ones, obviously, going to grade 10, grade 11 on the committee. But just amazing, and you guys are obviously our future leaders, and hopefully we'll see a couple of you around the circle. Hopefully you keep the bar a little bit higher than that. But congratulations to all of you. Did a great job.
Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. And now, if you want to move us to the next stage, for Remy,
Okay, yeah.
you want to introduce? And then-
Yeah, so we have our recipient Meredith Mary here for our scholarship, the MIAC scholarship, and then we also have Tom Mitchinson that we'd like to invite up, and Mayor Jim.
So yeah, if I can get Tom and Meredith, and you know what I'd like to do? Get the whole MIAC committee up here. Why don't you guys all come around here? We'll get a nice big group shot. So let's first do the picture, and then I'll read what's going on. Okay, so now we got to stay there, you guys. Everyone stay here. Let me read this. So it's been a pleasure to once again welcome our Mayor's Youth Advisory Committee, along with Tom Mitchinson. He's not part of the Mayor's Youth Advisory Committee, just so you know. And we're here to present their annual scholarship to a deserving student. And I want to tell you, you heard these students speaking about what they've been up to over the last year. They are the future. It makes me feel very, very good. I'm proud that one of you is going to be hopefully running things around here, whether you're in our finance department, you're elected to council, or you're part of our community. We're so proud to have you. You guys really have exemplified leadership, and you're going to look back at the tools that you picked up that'll be in your toolbox for the rest of your life. Because I started out on student government as well, and it really served me well. It's going to serve you well in life and in business. So I'm glad that we've got everyone up here, and this young lady here, Meredith, is the one that's going to be getting the special award, and she'll be receiving this presentation. And Jim Mitchinson's scholarship is presented by MIAC each year. It recognizes Niagara Falls students who demonstrate exceptional leadership and involvement in their community and in their school. MIAC stands for Mayor's Youth Advisory Committee, and we're very excited to do this scholarship each year. Jim Mitchinson was dedicated to giving back to the city of Niagara Falls throughout his life. And he embodied these values of leadership in the community. Each year, Tom, that's Jim's son, has generously funded the scholarship in his father's honor. We thank you for that. At a special MIAC meeting held May the 6th, MIAC voted on this year's exceptional candidate to receive the award, and that's Meredith Mary. And let me just quickly tell you about Meredith and why she's the deserving recipient. Meredith is an exceptional graduating grade 12 student from St. Paul Secondary School, St. Paul Catholic Secondary School. Her academic excellence, leadership, and commitment to our community has made her a deserving recipient of the 2026 award. Today, we recognize Meredith for her glowing academic achievements and outstanding ability in STEM, that's science, technology, engineering, and math. Give me a second. She's consistently distinguished herself in this area. Her teachers describe her as bright, grounded, creative, and consistently bringing out the best in others, a true sign of leadership. There's more. Beyond academics, Meredith is engaged and active in her school concert band, newspaper, math athletes, reach trivia team, healthy school committee, art club, while volunteering at nearly every school-led event. You know, and you wonder, how do they do it? They get great marks, and they're so active, they're so engaged, but they're able to do it. They're able to balance many things. She's a multi-sport athlete. I know first you're thinking, well, she's probably not involved in sports. Multi-sport athlete in basketball, soccer, volleyball, providing expertise as a coach for the U10 girls soccer team where she mentors and encourages young athletes. Meredith is also involved in her faith community and at work in the church's children's choir. She's also earned her level 10 Royal Conservatory in piano. What don't you do? Maybe this will be a shorter list. She's also earned her level 10. I already said that. No, I did that. Over the past year, Meredith has shown extraordinary resilience and strength within her family. Following her siblings' organ transplant, she took on significant additional responsibilities at home, including tutoring her sibling and advocating for their learning until they're able to return to school. Throughout all this, Meredith continued to excel academically while balancing it all and leading with compassion and dedication, like an old soul. Meredith plans to pursue a degree in engineering with a vision for a future in architectural and civil engineering. We love to hear that following her studies, Meredith is committed to returning to Niagara Falls to work on solutions that will strengthen and support our community. Meredith, we want to say thank you for exemplifying the values of youth leadership and dedication, celebrated here by the City of Niagara Falls with the giving of the Jim Mitchinson Scholarship Award. Ladies and gentlemen, I present to you our recipient, Meredith. Congratulations. So what I do, and I don't want to put you on the spot, Meredith, but I'm just going to put you on the spot for a second. Maybe, Meredith, you can just tell us what's it like, sneak in here. How do you balance all those things? Some of us struggle when we have more than one thing. Way beyond that, what advice would you give to everybody that's in here about your approach to these?
I think if you just love what you do, like I love the girls I'm coaching, they're amazing. I love all my friends at school that I get to participate with. It doesn't feel like work sometimes if you're doing it. And if you have an amazing family to support you, like my mom crying in the corner over there. She's great. My siblings are great. Yeah, just having that support system and knowing what you want to do.
And then if you were giving advice, so that's how you do it, what advice would you offer to other people who are struggling with trying to keep everything together and maybe feeling a little bit of stress with what's on their plate? Because even the adults here in the room, I'm sure, deal with sometimes financial challenges and other challenges. What advice would you offer to people that maybe have those challenges in front of them?
I'd say taking everything one step at a time. Like if you're dealing with a big project, starting with something small first and then eventually working your way up so it seems more manageable. And then eventually it's finished. You're like, wow, I can't believe I did all that. Yeah.
Are you ever intimidated by challenges?
Yes. I just know how to work through them, I think. And I don't know, once I'm done, it's like, oh, I feel great I did that. Wow. It's awesome.
Well, I'll tell you something. Having that kind of talent, working with this kind of a talented crew, offering to come back to our city when they're done their studies, I am absolutely grateful. So, ladies and gentlemen, congratulations to Meredith Mary. Congratulations. And lastly, I'm going to ask Tom, the son of Jim Mitchinson, to maybe say a few words, because he's very generous. He does this every year, and he's helping, because it's not easy. It costs money to go on with your education, and he generously does this. He generously does this, and we're grateful for that. So maybe we can ask Tom to say a few words.
Thanks. I'll just be very brief here. First of all, congratulations, Meredith. You sound like you're a well-deserved winner of this award. It's a very happy day for me every year to come down here and experience the good work that this young group of people do that is so representative of what it means to be good citizens. I'm not sure whether you're the originator of this award or whether it's some other mayor. Anyway, I think it's a very important thing to do, and so I just want to say that if this guy gets turfed out this fall, I hope everybody else makes sure that the new mayor continues to operate this advisory committee. So, thank you very much.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much. Big hand for Tom and for Meredith and all the Mayor's Youth Advisor. Meredith, wait. Okay, you too. Meredith, wait, Meredith, don't go yet. Stay there. Thank you. Wait there. Thank you for that reminder. Thank you. Thank you. Hold on one sec. Hold on a second. And just lastly, ladies and gentlemen, thankfully Tatiana was here to remind me. It's just a small little gift, Meredith, that you can take with you in your studies. It's a neat attaché bag, and it sounds pretty fancy when you say it like that, doesn't it, Tom? And this is just a small something with the city's crest on the front to remind you of the city who bet on you and looks forward to your return. Thank you. Yeah. Okay. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you, Meredith. I know. Okay. All right, ladies and gentlemen, if I can bring your attention back, I haven't been turfed yet. I still got a few more months left in my mandate. Councillor Peter Angelo has asked to make comment, please.
Yeah, thanks, Your Worship. I wasn't sure when to bring this up. I just wanted to defer a couple items. I know we're like an hour into our meeting. We still have some more presentations. I just don't want people waiting in the gallery for reports that I was going to have deferred. And the reason why I was going to ask for them to be deferred is because it was Councillor Cario who brought these forward. So I only think it should be proper that he's here when the reports come forward. And there's actually 3 of them on our agenda. 2 of them deal with Union Marsh. It's 9.1 and 9.2, and the other one deals with the Integrity Commissioner recommendation on frivolous complaints, and that's 9.4. I mean, I don't know if you want to announce it, but Councillor Cario had surgery. He actually got a new hip, so that's why he can't be here. So it's not like he's away vacationing. He actually just can't be here. So I'd like to make a motion, Your Worship, that we defer those 3 items until Councillor Cario is back. And then maybe you can announce it to the gallery in case anyone is waiting here for those reports. And then they can come back next meeting when they should be back on the agenda.
Okay, that's great. So I've got a motion by Councillor Peter Angelo, seconded by Councillor Newestag, that we defer 3 of the items on the agenda for the next meeting, pending his outcome of his surgery. And I would just ask our clerk if you would please just notify what those items are for anyone that happens to be in the gallery for any of these 3 items.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. As per the councillor's recommendation for deferral to the next council meeting, item 9.1, Municipal Works Report 2026-13, Municipal Drain Overview. That would be in addition to item 9.2, that would be Municipal Works Report 2026-14, Union Marsh Municipal Drain. And in addition to item 9.4, Corporate Services Report 2026-27. Pardon me, the title is a bit lengthy, but it's a bylaw to recover a portion of city's costs when responding to complaints to the Integrity Commissioner that are frivolous and vexatious.
Okay, thank you, Madam Clerk. And just before we call the vote, I know there was a consultant here, I believe, to speak to council. And I'm assuming it would make more sense to do that at the same time when we're going to make the decision. And when Councillor Cario is here, the CAO just informed me that I believe he's in the gallery. So I'll now, if there's no comments, we'll call the vote for the deferral. All those in favor? Okay, opposed? Nobody's opposed? You're in favor? Okay, that was unanimous, Madam Clerk. Thank you. So now we have a couple more presentations. Next up is the Mayor's Accessibility Advisory Committee. And of course, this is National Accessibility Week. We did put the flag up, and I'd invite up Bob Romanuk, who's the chair of the committee, with a special presentation.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I hope I'm half as well spoken as the students that were ahead of me. I'm going to flip this on a reverse a little bit. I'm going to start by talking about some of the events or accomplishments that the city has had over the past year. Last year, the city commissioned the Harrington Group to produce a report on all municipal facilities. Usually, those types of reports just get put on the shelf, but I believe with the help of the CAO, they've created the staff steering committee to deal with accessibility issues on a regular basis. Additionally, the Stopgap initiative has launched, and through the Economic Development Department, you may see some very colorful little steps appear in front of businesses that are not accessible, largely in the Chippewa part of the city. They're the ones that have a lot of businesses with those tiny steps. Also, I want to invite everyone to stop by on Canada Day. We're going to have a information display and answer any questions people may have about accessibility. And perhaps this is the first reminder to everybody in the city to go out and vote in this year's election. I want to let the clerk's department know that they have done a fabulous job on creating a list of items that they're going to be looking for in every polling place, and everybody should have an opportunity to vote. If you feel that you can't physically attend yourself, come to an advance poll. Those will be extremely accessible. Now, I'd like to move on to something that we haven't done much in the past, and that is the giving the Patrick Cummings Memorial Award. The Memorial Award is in honor of Councillor Cummings and his efforts to further accessible features within the city of Niagara Falls. This year, we have selected Lococo's fruit and vegetable grocery store on Victoria Avenue to be the recipient. And I'm just going to got a few slides here that show how they have approached accessibility. As you approach the store, they have a sign that differentiates between trained service animals and support animals. They readily accept service animals within the building and hope to have those not turned away. There's also a description of what's the difference between a service and a comfort animal. And for those that may not know, next time you go to Lococo's, you can find out what it is. In the foyer, there's also where you get your grocery cart, a table with sanitizer for the carts, your hands, and also there's instructions on the safe use of the grocery cart with children. I don't think I've ever seen that at a store before. Now, when you enter the store, they've made improvements to keep the floor now as a floor finish. There's a ceiling with reflective lighting that's really quite bright and airy. The aisles are nicely wide so that 2 shopping carts can easily pass. It's also the only store that I'm aware of outside of Avondale that has the dairy department near the front. You don't have to go all the way to the back to get a quart of milk. The transition throughout the store is easy. You move from department to department. And lastly, I just want to commend Lococo's on this. And that is, we represent the Accessibility Advisory Committee. And I'm joined here by Carmelo and his wife, Catherine, and Sandy. And important is to recognize people for their abilities. If you go to the website for the National Accessibility Awareness Week, it is spelled access ability, not I. So in other words, the focus is on hiring and recognizing people for what their abilities are. And with that, we have just a small indication of our thanks to Lococos. That we have Jerry Zaniol, who's here, and with your help, I can do the presentation. Jerry, can you come? Are we going to do it out here? I'm hoping next time I come to the store, I'm going to see this displayed on the wall. It's the Patrick Cummings Award of Excellence in recognition for improving barrier-free accessibility. And also, it doesn't have to be built from day one. Lococos has demonstrated that incrementally they can improve their facility, and I encourage every other business in the city to do the same. So, thank you, Bob. Thank you.
I'm okay. Thank you very much, everybody, and the family and all the employees. We appreciate it very much, and we'll be continuing our hard work. Thank you. All right, thank you very much. Thanks, Bob. Good job. Thanks very much. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much, gentlemen. And next up is 7.4, the Niagara Ukrainian Family Festival 2026 presentation and noise bylaw exemption request. So I welcome our guests. Irina.
Good evening, everyone. Mayor Jim Diodati and members of council. My name is Irina, and I'm co-organizer of Niagara Ukrainian Family Festival. Today I came not alone, I came with my support. Today we can see our other co-organizer. It's St. Mary's Ukrainian Church. It's represented by Father Victor.
Father Victor, good to see you, Father Victor. Thank you.
And also our team is parishioner and members of our organization Niagara. It's Yaroslava, my husband Eric, Olenka. It's two ladies, the amazing lady is the best volunteers. It's Helena and Lesia. This lady is from Ukraine and this work hard. Also we have other Igor. And we have the younger one, volunteers, and our member of our team, it's Olenka. She's also all 7 years old. She's younger one, but she does this amazing job. First of all, I would like to say thank you for giving us opportunity to introduce our festival this evening. And on July 11 and 12, in Fireman Parks will once again host our festival. This year it will be Mark's fourth annual festival, and we are proud to see how it grows. When we started in a small parking lot close to the church, beside the church, we have around maybe 500 people. And every year it grows. I forget about slides. This festival, it's not about just Ukrainian culture. It's about heritage, community. It's like concert, dance. It's a lot of different activities. And we try make this festival like something close to Ukraine for what we do. This time we will have, again, just like friendly family activities. We will have kids zone. We will have splash zone, and new we will have pottery. It's something new. Everyone can come and free try potteries. It's like our Ukrainian small, I don't know, just like whistles. We can just like, yes, whistles. And it will be a new, and you will be can see how it's work, because everyone in our culture tries this. Also, we would like seeing how growing interest, I would like to say this. Last year, we were honored to welcome our city councils, like Mona Patel, Rusan, I will time to say. Also, we just like Tony Baldinelli, Wine Gaines, and other coming to our festival. It's a lot support for our community. I know Mayor Jim was absent, but this year we welcome. We hope you join us festival. Your support is a lot of our community, because we have amazing opportunity growth and show our culture. Why this festival is matter? Because this festival festival is our local vendors. We can stay together. We try to build something new. It's not new, but it's like something for join us all together. Also, this year we start to work with performance. It was interesting because a lot of people across Canada would like to come to Niagara Falls. We will have performance from Halifax, Edmonton, Montreal, and Ottawa. And also, this guest will be staying in Niagara Falls for a few days. It's amazing because we have, again, just like some people will be stay overnight in hotels. It's good for our tourism and our economic city. I do something wrong. And also, I would like to say big thank you again for your support, because event like it's not just only celebrate culture, but it's again it's strange community connections, support local businesses, attract visitors to Niagara Falls, and create opportunities for people to learn from one another. On behalf of Niagara organization, I would like to thank the City of Niagara Falls, Mayor Jim Diodati, members of council and city staff for your continued support. Your partnerships help make this event possible. We warmly invite all members of Council of City, the entire community to join our festival in July 11-12 in Fireman's Park. Entry is free and all activities will be free too. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Irina. We've got some questions of council for you. I've got Councillor Dabrowski, then Patel, and then, did I see another one? No, okay.
Yeah, thank you, and through you, great presentation. Look forward to your event. If you could just reiterate the date, and if there's a website or a Facebook page or social media pages, because I know all of council would love to attend if they're able to, but at the same time, we'd love to promote the event as well. So any information you can give us now, or any emails you can send us, we could relay to communication staff as well, and we could post it to the city's website. But look forward to attending, and congratulations. And I love the fact that it's free as well for attendees. So thanks for bringing this to our
Thank you. I will be sent links.
Very good. Thank you. Councillor Patel.
Through you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Irene, for a really great presentation. Thank you, everybody, for coming here for presentation. Mr. Mayor, I think you and I think Lieutenant were at the first festival. I have been to every festival they have held, and it's incredible how fast it's growing, this festival. I know it was a half a day first, then it was a whole day, now it's a 2-day event since last year. So it's incredible how fast this festival has grown. And this is the beauty of Canada, right? We learn about each other's culture and find the common ground, and that's how we become a community. So it's great that you're hosting this festival. There's lots of other communities that are hosting festivals, so we come and learn about Ukrainian culture, taste the food, and I'm looking forward to learning to do some pottery, because that's something I have never tried. So looking forward to that. And thank you very much for coming here and working so hard to organize this festival, because as we all know, it's not easy to do.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. And also, so what I'd like to do, if there's no further comments, so yes, I will be there for the opening on Saturday, the 11th, I know at noon.
Yes.
I just checked my calendar. And would be nice if we can get a motion to receive the presentation and promote it. So I got Councillor Baldinelli and Lococo, that we can promote this through our social media at the city, and we can promote it through our communications department. We do have ads in the paper. We talk about cultural festivals, and this way the city can help promote the event and let everybody in the community know about it. What's that? I do, yes, and yes.
Grandma,
My
grandma.
my mother is half Polish and half Ukrainian. So, and Councillor Lococo does too. So I'm a bit of a combination of a few things, and I'm proud of all of them. So there's a motion on the floor right now by Councillor Baldinelli, seconded by Councillor Lococo, that we receive your presentation and that the city help you promote it on our social media and through our communications department. We'll call that vote. All those in favor, and that's approved unanimously. And was there any other request as part of this too?
Yes, we
Noise
have a
bylaw.
request about noise cancellation because we would like to have some bands, and also today, this year we will have our Ukrainian band Karpate, and Father Victor will be playing. It's nice.
What's he going to be playing?
Not just, yes, Oksana, who just make food. You can enjoy food during the festival, and after you can join, have they singing.
Oh yeah, and I came by Easter time to buy the cabbage rolls.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, and we had those at our house because I hosted this year. So, and I'm also looking for a motion, Councillor Baldinelli, and seconded by, Dabrowski and Patel, to extend the noise bylaw until 10 p.m. That was the second part. I'm sorry, I should have captured that in the first motion. We'll call that vote. All those in favor, and that's unanimous as well. So we wish you well. We look forward to coming to see you on the 11th and to the 12th, and to promote your event and support the Ukrainians in our community.
Thank you so much for your support.
Great.
Thank you, everyone, and welcome to our festival.
Thank you very
Thank
much.
you.
Thank you. And last but not least, we do have one more presentation. 7.5 is the Alistair Young Arts and Culture Endowment Fund 2026 recipient, and I invite up Deborah Attenborough, co-chair of the Culture Committee, to present this special award.
Hello, Mayor and Council. Thank you so much for having us.
You guys got the mic?
Oh, is it on now?
Oh, no.
We're good, okay.
Oh, okay.
As the mayor said, I am the co-chair of the Culture Committee, which is an advisory committee to council here. And we are proud to administer the Alistair Young Arts and Culture Endowment Fund. You may or may not know it was created in 1997 when Alistair Young donated a 1932 Ford Roadster to the city. The car was raffled off, and the funds were then invested, and those funds were used to establish this endowment fund, which is a $1,000 endowment going to a young person, not necessarily a young person, an individual in our community who is over 16, who has volunteered in the arts, who is actively creating in an art form, and this fund is really important because it does reflect our city's commitment to creativity in Niagara Falls. So the Arts and Culture, or the Culture Committee, would like to recommend Ms. Samantha Fickle for this award this year. I think there's a video going on, and I'll tell you a little bit about Samantha as it's going on. Samantha Fickle is a new media artist working in the intersection of digital and physical art forms. She creates immersive installations using recycled electronics from the community, computers, phones, monitors, all revealing their hidden materiality and how technology shapes the world we see. Her practice includes sculpture, projection mapping, and interactive media, offering viewers new ways of experiencing both digital and physical space. Over the past year, she has shown work across Niagara in the Niagara Night of Art, the mini gallery at the McBain Centre, and she's had a solo exhibition called Remnants for the Niagara-wide Art in Action Climate Experience with the First Ontario PAC Centre and at the Exchange here in the Falls. Her installation Remnants gained international attention online, reaching over 1 million views, which is pretty amazing, and bringing global visibility to the Niagara arts community. She's also contributed to community education, including a crystal growing workshop at the Niagara Falls History Museum for a Women in STEM event offered by STEM by Steph. This Alistair Young Fund would help Samantha to support material costs for upcoming exhibitions and installations, enable her to continue developing new media work, strengthen her collaborations with other local artists, support her planned application to the Niagara Night of Art, and help create more site-specific artworks. So as part of the Culture Committee, it is my pleasure to recommend to you that Samantha Fickle receive the Alistair Young Arts and Culture Endowment Award.
Great. You want to do that up here?
I would love to. Yes. Samantha, would you join? It's our pleasure and our honor to present you with this. Thank you for all you do for the city of Niagara Falls and arts. It's pretty amazing.
Okay. And and we're going to ask Samantha maybe to say a few words. Tell us about your digital art, what inspires you, and whatever you want to share with us that maybe we don't know.
Yeah, thank you. I just want to say thank you so much for this incredible opportunity. I'm just so grateful to be a part of the Niagara Falls art community. We have such a vibrant and supportive community here, and it's wonderful to be a part of it. And I'm looking forward to using this award to help support my studio practice at the Niagara Falls Exchange and to help create more art and bring it to the community. So thank you very much.
And I'd like to just, we'll smile first. Come. I'd just like to add, our exchange, because sometimes we're going through an evolution and we're adapting its permanent use. But we always said this was going to be for arts and culture. And that's exactly what we're mining for the miners. And we're trying to create a creative space where you can express yourself and evolve and inspire other people. And that's exactly what's happening there. So we've got the art gallery, we've got the Arts and Culture Committee, we've got a play space, like a maker space for arts and culture at the Exchange, and we're proud of the fact that it's doing exactly that. And we want to thank you, Deborah, for coming to recognize this great artist and we're gonna hear more about in the future. Thank you very much. Thank you. That's going to be the term from now on. Turf. Not just remove, but turf. I know. That was awesome. It's the best. All right. Are we ready, everybody? I would now ask for those of you following along, 8.1, Planning Matters, I now ask our Deputy Clerk to please introduce the next item on tonight's agenda. Yes. I'll give you all the time you want. No problem.
A planning public meeting is now being convened to consider the proposed amendment to the city zoning bylaw to permit a vacation rental unit within an existing single attached dwelling at the municipal address of 4910 Hunter Street. Notice was given by first-class mail in accordance with the Planning Act on May the 1st, 2026, and by posting a sign on the property in question. In accordance with Bill 185, the ministry, the applicant, or a specified person, public body, or registered owner of any land to which the bylaw amendment will apply, who made an oral submission at the public meeting or written submission to the City Council prior to the adoption and/or passage of the bylaw, may appeal the bylaw amendment to the Ontario Land Tribunal. Third-party appeals are no longer permitted.
Thank you very much, Madam Clerk. And I'd now like to call on Jessica Abraham, Planner 1, to explain the purpose and the reason for the proposed bylaw amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So the city is in receipt of an application to rezone 4910 Hunter Street to allow a vacation rental unit within the existing single detached. The site-specific zoning will allow the use of a vacation rental unit and amend the front yard setback to recognize the existing front yard. The applicant is Hao Pakyan, and I have the agent Adam Moot here. So the subject lands are located on the south side of Hunter Street between Kitchener Street and Victoria Avenue, having a lot area of 410 square meters. The property is adjacent to low-density uses. On the north, there is a single detached dwelling. On the east, there is a former church and single detached dwelling. Also the proposal of the Radio City Music Hall. On the south, there is a duplex dwelling, and to the west, there is a single detached dwelling. The site is within walking distance of Victoria Avenue and concentrated tourist area, and that's within roughly 170 meters. The site is located near the Niagara Region transit routes, bus stops of 203 and 104 lines, located on Victoria Avenue and within 200 meters of the property. These lines provide multiple connections to various other transit lines within the city, WeGo transit lines and regional transit lines. These transit lines offer opportunities to provide residents with considerable access to the city, as well as the region. Additionally, the subject lands are located within an area where vacation rental units are already established as accommodation uses, with 20 vacation rental units operating within a 1 kilometer radius. Licensed vacation rental units are located on several nearby streets, including Kitchener Street, Hunter Street, Desson Avenue, and Buchanan Avenue. The proposal would therefore be consistent with the existing accommodation pattern in the surrounding area and would not introduce new or unfamiliar uses to the neighborhood. 4910 Hunter Street is designated tourist commercial within the city's official plan and is within the Clifton Hill subdistrict of the city's central tourist district. The proposed use complements the tourism district while using the existing dwelling to minimize the potential effects of the neighborhood character. The tourist commercial designation is intended to accommodate a mix of tourism-related uses, including vacation rental units. The subject property is zone deferred tourist commercial under zoning bylaw 79-200, which permits detached dwellings and other residential uses. No physical changes are being proposed to the existing property. So in regards to the requested regulations, staff have no objection to adding the vacation rental unit as a permitted use on the property. The site is within walking distance of the Niagara Falls tourism area and is designated tourist commercial within the Clifton Hill subdistrict, where vacation rental units are permitted. The existing front yard depth, staff also support the reduction in the front yard depth as it addresses the existing deficiency on the property. Additionally, the reduction is considered marginal and is not anticipated to create any negative impacts on the site or in the surrounding uses. The public open house was held on May 19th, 2026. The notice of public open house was circulated on May 1st to all property owners within 120 meters of the subject lands, and the sign was posted on May 1st as well. The public open house meeting was hosted by the applicant and their planning consultant to present the application and respond to any questions. Planning staff were also in attendance. 2 members of the public were in attendance, and one in person to learn about what they could do on their own property, and 1 member of the public attended online. On May 5th, written comments were received concerning noise, cars, how many can park, and light shine, and contact information of the owner if it will be provided in case of any problems. In response to loud yelling or partying, the noise of vacation rental units are regulated by the city's bylaw department when complaints are received, and the city does have the ability to revoke a license for vacation rental unit if it is not complying with the bylaw. Compliance with the city's noise bylaw 2004-105 between the hours of 9 p.m. and 7 a.m. is mandatory. Excess screaming, shouting, or singing is prohibited at any time. In response to the concerns regarding cars, 2 parking spaces must be provided on site for the renters to use. On-street parking on Hunter Street is by permit only and does not allow overnight parking. The owner has offered a higher fence in the rear yard so that light shine from cars in the driveway will not impact the rear neighbors. In response to the contact information of the owners of the property since they are not located on site. Licensed owners of vacation rental units have their contact information posted on the city's vacation rental unit webpage that active licenses for vacation rental units are listed on. So inconsistent with matters of provincial interest under the Planning Act, this proposal aligns with the Provincial Planning Statement 2024, conforms to the 2022 Niagara Official Plan, and the City of Niagara Falls Official Plan. The proposal facilitates a tourism accommodation within the city's tourist commercial area, situates a tourist accommodation within the existing dwelling, minimizing the built impacts and potential effects on the neighborhood character, and is compatible with the surrounding area and provides a gentle transition between residential and tourism uses. The proposed site-specific amendments to the deferred tourist commercial zone are appropriate and maintain the intent of the zoning bylaw. Therefore, it is recommended that Council approve the zoning bylaw amendment to permit a vacation rental unit within the existing detached dwelling, subject to the regulations outlined in report number PBD 2026-23. The site-specific zoning will permit the use of a vacation rental unit on 4910 Hunter Street and recognize the existing setbacks.
Okay, thank you very much, Jessica. Any questions of council for Jessica? Okay, seeing none. Members of the public, thank you, Jessica. Members of the public are advised that failure to make an oral or written submission at this public meeting will result in the Ontario Land Tribunal dismissing any referral it receives. Failure to notify the city clerk to preserve their opportunity to appeal will result in staff rejecting an appeal as per section 3419 of the Planning Act. Council will now hear from anyone other than the applicant who wishes to speak to the proposed bylaw amendment. Madam Clerk, do we have anyone other than the applicant who is registered?
We do have one individual registered, and they are attending virtually.
Okay. Do we have them online?
Yes, I've ordered them. I'm just waiting for them to join back.
Okay. And what is their name?
It's Jody Burdett.
Oh, okay. And that's the only one we have registered?
That's correct.
Okay. Is there anyone in the gallery here that wishes to address this item on the agenda? Okay, seeing none. Okay, Mr. Burdett, can you hear us?
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yep, we do hear you. So if you could state your address, and as usual, it's up to 5 minutes.
Okay, I appreciate that. My name is Jody Burdett, and I reside at 4480 Bridge Street. I did submit written correspondence on this application, so I'm not going to repeat everything that is already in that submission. I just wanted to make a few brief comments as a resident who tries to follow these planning matters and understand how they fit into the larger direction of the city. Like many residents, I do have concerns when vacation rental uses are proposed in areas that are more clearly residential in character. Residents are entitled to be concerned about noise, parking, late night activity, owner contact information, and whether a short-term rental will be actual fit in the neighborhood. But this application appears to be different. This is not a case where a vacation rental unit is being forced into a neighborhood where that type of use is completely unexpected. The staff report describes the property as being within a tourist commercial framework, close to Victoria Avenue, and in an area where vacation rental units are already part of the accommodation pattern. So in that sense, this application is almost a welcome break from the more difficult cases. If the city is going to have vacation rental units, then they should be located where the planning framework actually anticipates tourism-related uses, and where the use can be properly licensed, monitored, and enforced. I also appreciate that staff address the practical neighborhood concerns such as parking, noise, light from vehicles, and owner contact information. Those are exactly the types of questions residents would expect council to ask. I had one question about the location and how staff are describing the tourist planning context. In the background section of the report, Staff refer to the property being within the tourist commercial designation and also refer to the Central Tourist District, including the Clifton Hill Tourist Sub-District. I did not get a chance to compare the exact location on the map before speaking tonight, so I was wondering if staff could clarify that geography a little bit. When the report refers to the Central Tourist District,
front door.
does that broader tourist district also relate in any way to the convention center where Niagara Falls Comic-Con is being held this weekend? Or is this property better understood specifically as part of the Clifton Hill and Victoria Avenue tourist accommodation area? That clarification would be helpful because it explains the planning context. If this property is better understood as part of the Clifton Hill and Victoria Avenue tourist accommodation area, then that helps distinguish it from a vacation rental proposal in a purely residential neighborhood. The key issue, in my view, is whether the use is in an appropriate tourism-related location, with proper licensing, parking, noise enforcement, and owner contact requirements. From what I have read, I am satisfied with staff's recommendation. I think Council can support this application while still making it clear that approval of vacation rental units should depend on location, compatibility, and a strong enforcement. So I am supportive of the staff recommendation, and I would ask Council to approve the application. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Burdette. Okay, Council will now hear from the applicant or his or her agent or representative.
Hello, Mayor and Council. I'm Adam Moot. I'm the agent for the property owner. I have nothing to add to Jessica's report, but I'm happy to answer any questions or have any comments about the proposal.
Okay, great. Any questions for Adam? Okay, I think we're good. Thank you.
Thank you, Council, and I would like to say thank you to Jessica. She's been very helpful on this. Thanks.
Great, thank you. The public meeting with respect to the proposed zoning bylaw amendment is now concluded. What's the will of Council? Councillor Dabrowski? Motion to approve. Second, Council? Second by Councillor Lococo. Any further discussion to this? All those in favor? Okay, and that's unanimously approved. Madam Clerk, thank you very much. Okay, I would now call on our deputy clerk to introduce the next item on the agenda.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. The public meeting is now being convened to consider a proposed amendment to the city's official plan and zoning bylaw to permit a 43-unit, 4-story apartment building at 5558 Drummond Road. Notice was given by first-class mail in accordance with the Planning Act on May the 1st, 2026, and by posting a sign on the property in question. In accordance with Bill 185, the minister, the applicant, or a specified person, public body, or registered owner of any land to which the official plan amendment/bylaw will apply, who made oral submissions at a public meeting or written submissions to City Council prior to the adoption of the official plan amendment and/or passage of the bylaw, may appeal the official plan amendment and/or the bylaw to the Ontario Land Tribunal. Third-party appeals are no longer permitted.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. I now call on Chris Room, Planner 2, to explain the purpose and reason for the proposed amendments.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Good evening, council, staff, and any area residents. Thank you for joining the public meeting for official plan and zoning bylaw amendment application file number AM 2025-034 for the property at 5558 Drummond Road. Proposal is to amend the official plan and zoning bylaw to increase the density and rezone the subject lands to facilitate the construction of a 4-story residential apartment containing 43 residential rental units. The application was deemed complete on February 4th, 2026. Subject lands are located on the east side of Drummond Road, south of Highway 420, and are surrounded by commercial uses to the north, detached dwellings to the east and south, apartment dwellings to the west, And also located in the general area is the Stanford Secondary School, and the site is in close proximity to Lundy's Lane. The subject lands are currently designated residential, which permits 6-story apartments along arterial roads with a density range of 75 to 100 units per hectare. This application proposes a density of 117 units per hectare, and as such, the need for an official plan amendment was triggered. The lands are zoned as site-specific R4 zone, which is intended to accommodate townhouse dwellings, which were approved by Council in 2024 as a part of a separate application. This application proposes a new site-specific R4 zone to permit an apartment dwelling with site-specific provisions. The former amending bylaw will be repealed if this application is approved by Council. This slide depicts the proposed site layout. The apartment is situated on the south side of the site, allowing for parking on the north side and into the rear yard with high-quality landscaping along Drummond Road, and amenity space in the rear of the site and included in each unit via private balconies. The requested site-specific provisions consist of a lot area of 86 square meters per unit, a side yard width of 5 meters and 3.2 meters for the balconies, a maximum height of 14.2 meters, 27.9 square meters of landscaped open space per unit, 13.7 square meters of amenity space per unit, canopy projection of 1.43 meters to the south side of the property, and a parking ratio of 1.1 spaces per unit, and to allow parking within the front yard with some stipulations. The public open house was held on March 11th, 2026, and was attended by 1 member of the public. Notification for this open house was sent out via first-class mail on May 1st, and a sign was also posted on the subject site. Written correspondence was also received, and comments and concerns include traffic on Drummond Road, as well as drainage and snow storage on site, to which staff have provided the following responses. With regards to traffic, the proposal is projected to only generate 25 peak hour trips, and transportation staff have confirmed this will have a negligible impact on the existing traffic conditions on Drummond Road. A transportation impact study was not requested, as the application doesn't meet the threshold of the 100 peak hour trips necessary that would trigger that study. Notwithstanding the minor impact this development would have on the existing conditions, staff are aware of the existing congestion issues along Drummond Road and around the intersection of the Highway 420 exit. A coordinated resolution is being managed by staff through the recommendations that were made in the Transportation Master Plan, which was recently approved by Council, which recommended the installation of a center left turn lane on Drummond Road. The timing for installation of that turning lane is expected by 2031, with a cost of approximately $4 to $5 million. With regards to drainage and snow storage, the stormwater management report verifies that stormwater will be adequately removed from the subject lands and has been reviewed by Municipal Works staff. This site will be required to drain independently in catch basins, and a storm drain has been proposed that will remove runoff towards Drummond. Snow storage has been identified on site in 2 locations near the proposed catch basins to catch snow melt, and in the event of any extreme weather events, snow can be trucked off site by the contractor. Staff support this application as it conforms with provincial, regional, and city policies, as it is transit supportive, supports the achievement of a complete community, and will assist the city in meeting its intensification targets. Furthermore, it will minimize urban land consumption and efficiently use underutilized land, and is serviced by existing services with no traffic impacts expected, and it contributes to the diversification of the housing supply within the urban area. As such, planning staff recommends that Council approve the official plan amendment and zoning bylaw amendment to redesignate the lands, to add a special policy area to the residentially designated lands, to permit apartment dwellings with a density of 117 units per hectare, and rezone the lands from a site-specific R4 zone to a new site-specific R4 zone to permit the construction of the 4-story apartment containing the 43 dwelling units, and that Council authorize the amending bylaw to include a sunset clause requiring the execution of a site plan agreement within 3 years of the amending bylaw coming into effect, with the possibility of a 1-year extension at the discretion of the General Manager of Planning, Building, and Development. And that concludes the presentation for this application.
Thank you, Mr. Roon. Let me just see if there's any questions of Council. I think I have Councillor Lococo and Councillor Newestead.
Thank you, Mr. Acting Chair. I had some concerns the last time when we were here regarding the traffic, and there was a number of townhouses. Now we have 43 units as an apartment, and I know on your slide that you mentioned about the 420, the congestion, and putting in a left turn lane, so that's good. Can I just clarify through the chair where the left turn on Drummond Road, left turn going into the development? Is that what you mean?
Through the chair, I believe that it'll be a center left turn, so it'll be in the middle of the road for either direction of traffic to turn left, depending on which way they're facing.
To turn left onto Frederica or to turn left into it would be both?
I believe both would be
Okay.
yeah.
So I had concerns before, even with this two-way left turn. There've been a number of people that have been hit at the bottom of the hill. When you come down Drummond Road, people's speed tends to pick up. There's Stanford School, a lot of people are crossing there. There's Prospect Street that you can't block because of the hospital. I know the hospital's not going to be there forever, but right now it is. There's the Tim Hortons, which is, every time I drive by it, it's a weird, somebody's trying to pull out and getting onto Drummond Road. So I was wondering, is there anything else? I know it talks about our transportation master plan, but are there any other things that we can do to mitigate some of these safety issues?
I would defer that question to Mr. Nicol there.
Yeah, through the mayor, and thank you, Councillor. I can speak to some of those. The city will be coming to, or my transportation manager will be coming to council with a bit of a comprehensive safety review. We had thought that would be a great spot for speed enforcement cameras. That's also very challenging because it's at the base of the hill, so probably not the most ideal location. That is not an option we can consider. The ultimate plan is a 3-lane cross-section with two-way left turn lane and protected bike lanes. So that process to change that road character will go through a municipal EA process, which is a design process. It's collaborative with stakeholders, and it will include a safety component to make sure that safety is on the same playing field as far as its consideration and criteria and weighting as things like traffic and aesthetics and everything else. So we will be doing, as part of that reconstruction project, upwards of 2031, quite an extensive safety review. What I can suggest we can do in the meantime is there's such a thing called an in-service road safety review. So it's an actual scan with road safety experts. Niagara Region's completed one for Lundy's Lane. This would be an ideal spot for us because we know it is a high conflict zone to do an in-service safety review to see if there's any interim measures we can do in the short term.
That would be very much appreciated. Thank you. Those are all my comments and questions.
Thank you. We've got Councillor Newestad.
Thank you. And actually piggybacking on Councillor Lococo, so you're talking about the 2031 master plan. Does that mean whatever's going to happen will be in place? Because I'm just looking at the difference. There's like a 5-year between now and 2031. So it might all be together, or they're going to start looking at it 2031.
I think I may need to direct that to Mr. Nicol as well. That's okay.
Yeah, thank you. Through the mayor, our transportation master plan tried to set short-term, medium-term, and long-term horizons. So Drummond Road was one of the short-term projects. Short-term had a 2031 sort of target date. We don't know if it'll be 2031 or plus minus 2 or 3 years. It depends on funding, and it depends on the scope of work that it will take to design and work with stakeholders to make sure that this reconstruction can happen. So that's an approximate timeline, but ultimately depend on council's decision on budget.
So in other words, it's not like it won't be definite solved by 2031, the traffic.
Through the mayor, I mean, there's a likelihood that it could be. We have a lot of priorities. There's a lot of roads that I know I need to get in and start working on. What we usually do is try to look at the next 2 years in our budget process and the priorities of those next few years. This project it's already in our forecast, and we'll do that annual adjustment to see if we need to bring it sooner or later, depending on the severity of the issues. It is in our forecast. It is on our radar. Some of the details on when it needs to be reconstructed are fluid, similar to some of the projects that we're waiting for, like Lundy's Lane reconstruction and Throllstone Road extension and Bridge Street. So all of these things take a bit of time, but we are actively working on this project.
Right, thank you. Through you, Mr. Mayor. Another question. I'm trying to recall the last one that we voted on. Wasn't the entrance off North Street, or was it always off Drummond Road?
Through the mayor, to my recollection, the entrance was off Drummond Road. I know in my conversations with the applicant, they had explored another entrance off of North Street as well, but they would have had to purchase a piece of land from one of the owners there, and I don't think that those conversations were fruitful for them.
Okay, and traffic, when we approved it last time, when it was condo or townhouses versus this, was the same amount of, were we looking at the same amount of traffic?
Through the mayor, I didn't work on the previous application, so I don't have a recollection of what the increase was, but Ms. Dolce.
Thank you, Your Worship, through you to the councillor. So in terms of the number of trips, actually, in the previous application, it said there was 30 bi-directional trips for the townhouse project, because again, the form of the townhouse projects, you get more people living in it versus the apartments, and with the apartments, we're at 25 bi-directional trips,
Okay,
so
so
less traffic.
it's better in that case.
Yeah.
All right, thank you.
Thank you. If there's no further questions, I think we're, is this the point where we, Madam Clerk, we have someone else who wishes registered to speak to this? Do we have them? Are they online?
Yes, they are.
Yes? Okay. I wonder who it is. Okay. Mr. Burdette, can you hear us?
Yes, I can.
Okay, again, you've got the, if you can state your address, and again, you'll have 5 minutes, up to 5 minutes.
Hey, I'll save council 5 minutes. I'm fine with my written delegation, but I'll be available for item 9.4.
Okay, great, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, well, council will now hear from anyone other than the applicant who wishes to address the proposed amendments. So there's no one else here other than the applicant? Okay, great. Council now hear from the applicant or his or her representatives. Welcome.
Thank you. Good evening, Your Worship and members of council. With me this evening,
Oh, we're going to turn the microphone on.
my apologies. With me this evening is Jennifer Vita. She's the planner on the project in the file, and she'll address any planning comments and questions throughout the presentation. I also have Mr. Rob Mills and Alexa Mills with me this evening. They're the owners of the Blythewood Group and the developers and builders for the project. So in simple words, I have a full presentation to go through, which I'm more than happy to do. Or to save time, if you'd like me to just jump into comments and questions, we certainly can do that as well. So
It's probably a good idea.
I'll leave that up to you guys.
Yeah, why don't we, that'd be great. I think it was a good presentation that Mr. Room gave us. Any questions of council for Mr. Allen? Councillor Patel.
Through you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you for a great presentation.
Thank you.
Short is good.
I have a question about the building. Will this be a prefabricated building? You know, the one on the
Modular?
McLeod, how they brought those sections in, put them together?
Yeah, through you, Mayor. No, it won't be. We've looked at this building. We may use some precast slabs and stuff. The building's too small to benefit from that prefab construction with it. I would like to say, working with Rob and Alexa, if you know their company, they're well-established and well-respected developers and home builders in the Niagara community, and they've built communities all throughout. So we've worked diligently with them as to the best way to build this, and they like the higher caliber of materials and finishes. So we want to be, as you can see through the rendering, we want to integrate real brick. We want to integrate stucco panels or hardy board panels so that we can create a building that is complementary to the existing community.
Okay, thank you. Actually, it's a beautiful building. Hopefully it turns out just the way it looks in the pictures. It's a beautiful
It will.
Thank you. Councillor Newstag.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And absolutely, the design is really beautiful. And actually, I have a question, though, going over to Ms. Dolce. When we're always looking at things, we're looking whether zoning requirements, whether or not we'll conform to the community, diversification, servicing, but the urban design. So because I'm looking at this thinking it's such a nice-looking building, is there specifics? I know there's broad things where you say design, but where we hold developers to that level of design and that we see through that they actually build what the renditions that we are seeing. Because it's part of our streets, and when you see this, it really just starts to make that question become more apparent.
Thank you, Your Worship. Through you to the councillor. Great question. And if you don't know, I have a big passion for urban design. So we will control this through site plan control. Obviously, we are limited in how much we can control through site plan, but we do have urban design standards that we have through our site plan guidelines, things like that. We do try to encourage moving up to the street, those kinds of things as much as possible where we can. So we will be focusing on design for this building, and I can't say they have to build exactly what you see there, but knowing Mr. Allen, Mr. Mills, they are very, I know Mr. Mills is a very good developer and very cognizant of design as well.
Yeah, I was just asking, generally speaking, for all design, because when you see a building that looks this pretty, it kind of makes you think, well, should all the buildings that we have come forward? Because it's not something that we evaluate in our criteria.
Thank you, Worship, through you to the councillor. And ideally, a lot of times you do see these pretty pictures at councils, and I will tell you, we do not necessarily always get the same design you see at council in front of us at site plan control stage, but we do still try to ensure those desires of urban design, because we really want to elevate what's being built in the city of Niagara Falls and making sure we have good design, because as you go up and intensify, you need that good design to make sure that people will support density going for the long term.
Thank you, and thank you. Oh.
Sorry, through your worship, I would also like to state, and I thank you for that comment, and especially for this project, we've already submitted for site plan agreement, so we have committed, this design and project is committed, because through the site plan agreement, we have to build what we submit. So pending on this evening's results, we plan on moving forward to get the site plan finalized and hopefully be in a position to start construction the spring of 2027, if not sooner.
Because it'll be a nice addition to that, that part of Drummond Road. Absolutely.
Agreed, yeah, agreed.
Thank you.
Okay, well, if there's no further questions, I'm going to keep everyone in suspense, see how this one's going to go. The public meeting with respect to the proposed official plan and zoning bylaw amendment is now concluded. What's the will of council? Motion by Councillor Pietrangelo, second by Councillor Newsteg, that we move the council or the staff report. If there's no further questions, all those in favor? Okay, and that's unanimous. Well done, excellent presentation.
Thank you. And
Less
thank
is
you,
more.
Chris and
Thank
staff.
you. Thank you. Madam Chair. Which clerk? Yeah, I know, I gotta do this one. Or, yeah, that's right, Madam Clerk, whatever your name. And before we move on, we do need, I'm gonna go to our clerk, we did need to make one other motion for one of our presentations. Madam Clerk?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through you to council, regarding item 7.5, the recommendation from staff that council acknowledge Samantha Fickle as the 2026 Alistair Young Arts and Culture Endowment Fund recipient. We thank you very much.
Okay, motion by Councillor Patel and Lococo. All those in favor? Okay, thank you for that.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Okay, now, we deferred a couple of these. So which do we go to next, 9.3?
Just to recap what's previously happened in the meeting, item 9.1 has been deferred in addition to item 9.2. So we are now on item 9.3, Municipal Works Report 2026-12, Neighborhood Traffic Management Policy Update.
Thank you. So 9.3, there are 4 recommendations. Thank you. Rookie mistake. There are 4 recommendations in the Neighborhood Traffic Management Policy Update under 9.3. What's the will of council? Motion by Councillor Pietrangelo, second by Councillor Newsteg. Councillor Lococo, you have questions?
Thank you. 2 quick questions. Could someone please explain what a raised pedestrian crosswalk is? I think I know, but a resident asked me. And then regarding the 3 temporary rubber are $2,000 each, and the speed cushions are $5,500. So the question that was posed to me, how long do they last? Should we use temporary more often? How does it work out to the permanent ones?
Sure. We'll go to Mr. Nickel.
Yep, thank you, Mr. Mayor. The first question was, what is a raised crosswalk? So in typical fashion, there's barrier curb and gutter, and the curb has the road at a lower level and the sidewalk behind it at a higher level. But as you would approach the sidewalk, would approach a crosswalk, it typically drops down to the same level as the road. In a raised crosswalk, that crosswalk is actually up at the same level as the sidewalk, and so the crosswalk itself is 6 inches higher than, or 150 millimeters for Canadian metric users, higher than the rest of the road. In doing so, drivers will have that very noticeable ramp, and they'll feel the impacts of that crosswalk if they hit it too quickly. So we can also use some advanced signage and some pavement markings so that drivers are made aware that there's a definite physical change in surface and elevation as they hit that crosswalk. The second question was the difference between permanent and temporary speed cushions. The temporary cushions are mostly suitable where a road will be undergoing some type of reconstruction or resurfacing in a short-term duration. Those cushions, we have a few in our inventory right now. They've lasted quite well, so they've been good for their use today. The challenge that they have is they need to be installed and drilled into the pavement, so they do weaken the pavement structure. The recommendation would be ultimately to have permanent installations in place. The temporary ones won't last the duration of the asphalt life cycle like the permanent ones will. But the temporary ones do serve a really good purpose for us. In some cases, we also know that the jury might be out on whether speed cushions are desirable or not, and so we can use them as an interim measure and rotate them around if they are deemed to be not a great solution for that neighborhood.
Thank you. When you were talking about the raised crosswalk and the ones that dip down, and I was thinking from an accessibility aspect, there's bumps that show you that you're changing the elevation or the texture, especially for a visually impaired person. Will there be something at these types of crosswalks that someone will be able to know that it's going to change, or that it's going to dip down or not dip down? How does that work with that?
Yeah, through the merit, the Ontario Disabilities Act, AODA, has legislation that requires an accessible tactile warning surface indicator at all of those changes in crossings or grades. So both crosswalk types, raised crosswalks and standard crosswalks, require a tactile surface indicator. They're that truncated dome yellow plate, so they would be installed on both types of crosswalks.
Great to hear. Thank you. I couldn't remember the word tactile. Thank you.
All these truncated, all these big words, it's very interesting. It's snazzy, yeah, snazzy language. If there's no further questions, we'll call the vote. All those in favor? Okay, and that's unanimous. Thank you for that. Next, we are on 9.4, bylaw to cover a portion of the city's costs when responding to complaints to the Integrity Commissioner that are frivolous, or is that the one, okay, that's one of the deferred ones. Thank you. So we go to consent agenda. There's a recommendation that we approve 10.1 through 10.4. Looking for a motion. Councillor Newestag, Councillor Pietrangelo. Okay, Councillor Lococo.
Two quick things. 10.1, the small business enterprise.
Okay, go ahead, Councillor. Yeah.
I had a question from a couple of residents, actually, that wanted to know that if this agreement had any funds allocated specifically to the hub. I did speak with Michael Warcheller of the small business, and he did say no. He said he would be online, but I don't think I need to ask him the question. I just wanted to state it.
Okay.
And then the other one I wanted to pull was 10.4 Huron Street, the two-way. The couple of people contacted me regarding when, if we're going, that'd be west. If you're going west to Victoria Avenue and you'd be going up Huron and then turning right onto Valleyway, that's a one-way street. So as long as we have a big arrow one way, that people realize they can't go left on Victoria Avenue.
Huron to Valleyway?
To Valleyway, yes. So you're going up, but it's only one way there. You can't turn left.
Oh, I see what you're saying.
Right, so there needs to be a big sign right there so people know that they don't.
Well, I'm assuming, Mr. Nicol, you guys are going to put traffic signage?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. That intersection is Valleyway is divided, so it's a two-way street, but there's a center median there. So the plan would be to use paint markings to have a channelized curve so that people don't have the illusion that they can turn left. And then we'll be putting in the large checkerboard and one-way signs in the median so that drivers are notified they have to turn right. We can't make everyone comply, just like people drive the wrong way down Erie Ave here, but that is the plan for a typical approach.
Okay, thank you, because I see it now when they're driving the wrong way on Huron, they still want to turn left on Valleyway, and they're going the wrong way that way as well. So as long as we do that, that's great. Thank you.
A lot of people live on Valleyway do that too to get to their house. It's a little shortcut, they go down the other way. But I've never noticed that. Okay, so we are looking to vote now. So on the consent agenda, all those in favor? Okay, and that is unanimous. And that was, just so we know, that was a Small Business Enterprise Center and Ministry of Economic Development, Job Creation, Trade, money transfer. That was traffic controls at local intersections and Hexmer Avenue, Margaret Street intersection control. And of course, Huron Street is now going to be going to two-way lane conversion. We're at 11, communications comments to the city clerk. There's a recommendation that, okay, that Councillor Pietrangelo makes the motion, second by Councillor Strange, that we follow along with the recommendation that we approve 11.1 through 11.3. All those in favor? All right, that's unanimous, and that is flag raising request for Nikola Tesla being July 10th. Flag raising request for HIV AIDS Awareness World's AIDS Day, Indigenous HIV AIDS Awareness Day, and that's for November 30th. And proclamation request National Dental Care Day, October the 10th. Those were all supported by council. Now we're at 12, communications comments to the city clerk. There's a recommendation that council receive for information 12.1 through 12.5. That's moved by Councillor Pietrangelo and second by, once a seconded before Councillor Baldinelli. Councillor Lococo.
Pull 12.4, the third one on the Niagara Region correspondence.
Okay.
The reserve of the water and wastewater treatment capacity. When I was going through this, I'm reading a lot of contradictory things that we're hearing. We're hearing about how our infrastructure is so aged and it's going to need a lot of investment. And then when I read the report, it says that it can accept growth beyond 10-year horizon. Meanwhile, we're hearing about that we need money infiltrated into it as quickly as possible. So I'm not quite sure how we can do both, how it can accept growth, but yet we need more. It talks about a wet weather issue as well, and I'm concerned about that. And then it does say risks that reduce available treatment capacity. So I was concerned about that, and I was wondering if Mr. Nicol had any comments.
So I'll go to Mr. Nicol, and just before we do, it's a double-ended, issue because we have a housing shortage, but to build housing, you need to build more roads, more sewers, you need more capacity. But some of the current capacity, or current infrastructure is in bad shape. 50% is in poor or very poor shape of regional infrastructure. So it's a bit of a dilemma. So we'll go to Mr. Nicol and see how he would interpret this.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. It's a real challenging thing to understand for a lot of people. But what I can tell you is, first of all, Niagara Region is doing an update to their master servicing plan. Just like you heard at the last meeting, the city did a full update. So they are undergoing the same process to take into account growth and the impacts of growth and to plan out to 2051 and beyond. That demonstrates that the region takes a serious and appropriate approach to managing the wet weather challenges that they have today and also to plan ahead for the future. The report from the region speaks strictly to a Ministry of Environment requirement. The ministry requires this to be published by regional and adopted by regional council, this reserve capacity idea. What I've learned is that our water treatment plant located in Chippewa is quite able to handle moderate growth, but our wastewater capacity, which we've been talking about a lot, has its very urgent limitations to it. Mostly due to the wet weather impacts that we see and some of the aging infrastructure that allows the wet weather to infiltrate. The statement by the region indicates that there are plans in place and programs and budgets already approved by regional council to address those issues. So they can say in this report to the ministry that there is reserve capacity because they have a plan in place to deal with these challenges for growth and infrastructure that are coming down the line. But at the end of the day, if there comes a point for the region where that plan doesn't come to fruition or things fall apart, that story might change. But as of today and as of the report that the region provided, they are indicating that there's a plan in place to deal with the infrastructure challenges that they have.
Okay, thank you. The other notation I had here, there was a statement in there that it does not fully reflect the real world operating conditions. And that really, it's nice to put a report together, but if it doesn't really represent it, I know we have to do it for regulation and we have to do it for legislation to get the report there, but I don't know the terms that they were used. I'm just a little concerned, so I really want to keep watching what we're doing there and make sure that we have enough assets and funding going towards it, because we can be in a very difficult position if we don't. Thank you.
Thank you for that, Councillor. Okay, well, if there's no further comments, I'm going to call the votes on the communications and comments of the city clerk that we received for information 12.1 through 12.5, already been moved and seconded. All those in favor? Okay, and that's unanimous, Madam Clerk. And now we move on to ratification of in-camera.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. In regards to the ratification of in-camera, council met in camera earlier this afternoon, and with the discussion in camera, direction was provided to staff.
Okay, thank you for that. Do we need to take any action on that? No, we're good. Thank you. Okay, so now we are at 14, motions for consideration. So first up, we've got a motion from Councillor Lococo.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm not going to read through the whole thing because there was already a notice of motion. My motion is on the table, and then there was also a memo from our staff supporting that we ask for an extension for the province. It takes a long time to go and research these properties. There's some properties that we're still looking at, and some more will come, so it will take a while. There are other municipalities that have also asked for the extension, and I'm asking the council to support asking for an extension.
Okay, and do we have any feedback from staff on this?
The memo's on there.
I just thought we've got Ms. Dolch here right now.
Thank you, Worship, and I can kind of just summarize the memo. Generally, what we're looking at is we do have a couple, six properties that the Heritage Committee kind of recommended that we look to designate. We do have some potential interest in designation from those property owners. We won't be necessarily able to bring those forward by the end of 2026 because we have 5 other properties that we'll be bringing forward that have done all the research, and research does take some time. So we are thinking at least 8 to 10 months to get those other properties, if they do wish to designate those 6, to get them brought forward to council. So that's what we are recommending, is kind of considering that extension time.
Okay. And do you have a seconder, Councillor? Have you?
I haven't prepared for
Okay.
a seconder.
So, yep, Councillor Newesteg is going to second. So let's have some discussion. Have some discussion around the motion to extend. And what is the period of time, Councillor, you're asking to extend this to?
It says
January 2027?
January 1st, 2030.
2030.
Yes.
Okay. And can I ask a question, Ms. Dolch? If someone, after the deadline, once this expires, wants to voluntarily designate their property, can they designate it?
Thank you, Your Worship, for the question. So once the property, we identify it for designation, it's on the potential list, and after the date, say the province doesn't extend the date after January, it comes off the list for 5 years.
So what I'm, no, my question
Yeah,
is.
so so again, we couldn't designate because it's in a kind of a freeze pattern for the 5-year period. But once that 5-year period's up, they could designate.
Okay, so it doesn't keep you out of designation forever. It's a period of time.
Correct.
Okay.
Just to clarify that too, the question I thought you were asking was, if you're not on the designated list and you want to designate now, you can go at any time. There's no time clock on it. But if Councillor Baldinelli's property is on the list, if we don't designate it by the end of the year, well, January 1st, 2027, then his property would come off of the list for 5 years. And in that 5 years, somebody could sell it, then we might not get it designated. So brand new ones, no problem, we can do them whenever. But if you're on the list, they will fall off, and then we lose that opportunity for 5 years.
So I just have 2 questions, just for clarity. Number one is, how did those names get on the list? Was that staff, or was that our committee? Who put those 5 properties, or however amount of properties, 6, on the list?
Thank you, Worship. It is quite an old list, but it was collaboration between our staff liaison on the Heritage Committee and the Heritage Committee for the potential designation lists.
Okay, thank you for that.
Just a notation on that, I've been on the Heritage Committee for, I think, 6 years now, and I don't think we've ever added something to the list. Everything that was there was already there when I started. So we haven't been adding to it, it was already there.
Okay, and just for clarity too, Ms. Dolch, we've written it into our policy now that if an owner doesn't want their property designated, we don't force it on them.
Thank you, Worship, for the question. That's correct. We just had one recently. They changed their mind on designation, and we did pull the report from the agenda.
Okay, gotcha. Okay, thank you. So I saw a few hands. I saw Councillor Newestag.
I think it was pretty much along your question. So just for clarity, it's in, because before you said it was the Heritage Committee and somebody else, but it is in conjunction with the property owner.
Thank you, Your Worship. Through you to the councillor. That's correct. So we, the Heritage Committee and staff liaison way back decided to put the potential list together, but we've been contacting those on the potential list and asking them if they do want to designate.
Before it ever goes on the list.
Correct.
Okay.
So for example, 58 of them already have said no, so we do know that.
Okay, very good. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I got Councillor Patel and then Strange.
Thank you. Through you, Mr. Mayor, to Ms. Dolch. What happens if the province does not extend the deadline? Do we have a plan for it?
Through the worship to the councillor. So the plan right now is to go ahead with the 5 that we had identified. 3 are through agreements already. And then we had 2 others that we've done the research for. So we're going to plan to do those in 2026. The additional ones, the additional 6 that we've just heard from, obviously, if it doesn't extend, I don't think we'll get to them. And they'll come off the list.
Okay, Councillor Strange?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. And like you were saying, if the philosophy of this council is that we shouldn't be forcing heritage designations onto unwilling property owners, then this motion is completely redundant. Under the Ontario Heritage Act, if an owner wants their property evaluated or designated, the city and the owner can mutually agree to extend timelines. We don't need the province to change that law for that. So, this is something that do we need to change this?
Thank you, Your Worship. Through you to the councillor. So there's a 90-day timeline. So the minute a development application, for example, comes in, there's a 90-day timeline where we have to deal with the matter within the 90-day period. That extension can be extended. And maybe I'll turn it over to Ms. Pignardi as well for legal interpretation, but my understanding is for the actual designation of the property, January 1, they come off the list unless they are designated. But that's just my understanding. Perhaps Ms. Pignardi would like to elaborate
January
further
1,
legally.
27.
27, sorry, did I say 26?
No, you didn't say it year. Yeah. Ms. Pignardi, did you want to?
Thank you. Through the chair, is a regulation to the Heritage Act that was passed in 2021, and it does list certain provisions for extending certain timelines by mutual agreement. I haven't yet had a chance to do a deeper dive to see which of those timelines it applies to, like the mutual agreement piece, because it's very convoluted legislation. It just says Section 29, Section 27, Sub 1, Sub 16, and it's like you have to just kind of go through like at least an hour exercise to figure out what that applies to. There is a provision for certain extensions in the regulation. I, at this point, don't know whether it applies to the exact same situation that we're talking about. But there is also, we do what's called a heritage conservation easement. Like we've always had a practice of doing that with willing owners who wish to undertake that those are conditions that they're willing to abide by in terms of heritage preservation. And we register those easements on title to their property. So there's that. I know we do that to preserve certain heritage characteristics, but it's consenting parties acting together.
Okay, gotcha.
So are there 6 or 7 properties are these properties, are they volunteered by the owners or by the committee itself?
Thank you, Your Worship. Through to the councillor. So right now we have 5 that have agreed to designation, either through agreements and the other 2 have agreed to designation. Those are the ones we're proceeding with. The other 6 are interested in designation. We still have to do the research. I don't want to say they're a hard yes until we do the research, because they need to know, exactly what's going to be designated based on that research. So I think it's a bit premature to say they're a hard yes, but they have shown interest in designation.
Yeah, just the interest in part is just, when it says, if a property wants to get designated, the city and the owner can mutually agree to extend timelines. You don't need the province to change the law for that. I don't know if, do we need 2000 until 2030? I don't know if the CEO or...
Ms. Stoltz, do you want to start, and then we'll go to the CAO.
Thank you, and I'll just just based on my reading, and again, I know Ms. Pignardi hasn't had a chance to really delve into the legal portions of the act, but it's that 90-day time frame in terms of a development application coming forward, how long we have, and that can be extended, is my understanding. But we can look into it further if that's, and we plan to. I know there's some question from some other heritage experts on that and whether or not we can extend beyond that deadline, and we're looking into that, obviously, because that would be great for us. We just don't have those answers for you today.
I just think we need these questions answered before we can go forward with anything. If we can defer it.
Well, before you make that motion, because then we can't talk anymore.
Yeah.
Okay, let me just, we got some more
Yeah, go
questions.
ahead.
Yeah, Councillor.
Well, instead of to 2030, and that's 4 years, could we look at a different time frame of maybe 1 year or 2 years? Like, I'm still trying to understand the rationale of extending it till 2030.
Is there any rationale, Councillor Lococo, for that?
Not
year?
a specific rationale. Other municipalities were picking that extra 3 years. So I don't know why they went to 3 years. Maybe they have more properties than we do. And I do know, as Ms. Dolch was saying, when we do the research, there's 9 criteria in order to be designated. They have to reach at least 2 of the criteria. Sometimes it's a real stretch to get those two criteria. If they don't meet it, then they can't be designated. So we're concerned about the ones that are on there now, because if they fall off, we can't for 5 years. And I understand, looking at it one way, it looks like it could be extended. And as Ms. Dolch said, it's that 90-day if there's a development application. So if there's a development application in front of us, the clock starts ticking 90 days we have, and then we could have an agreement to extend it. But the ones that are just listed, there is no 90-day clock on that. It's just January 1st, 2027. And there is no extension. And as Ms. Dolch said, there's a lot of different ideas on this, whether you can extend it or whether you can't, but the clock is running out, and if we don't do it, the fear is that they're all going to fall off of the list.
So is that the 5 or the 11 fall off? What, the fear of what's going to fall, because the other ones are not actually on it yet? Like,
Yes,
that's what
they are.
I'm just confused.
There's 11. So there's six that we've done research,
Okay.
that we want to finish up the research, and then they would come to council, and the owners have approved. Then there's another 5 or 6 that the owners are interested, but that doesn't mean that they're going to be designated, because we don't know what the criteria is yet. So there's a possibility of 11, 6 and 5, 11. There's a possibility of 11 falling off if we don't get all of the research done, come to council, the owners say yes, and they fall within the 2 criteria out of 9. So 11 could go off if we don't have that time.
Ms. Dolch?
Thank you, Your Worship. Sorry, I just want to clarify. So 5, we have done the research. There is the 5 that we've done the research, and we're planning on bringing it forward before December of 2026. So we should be in a good place for the 5. It's the 6 we haven't even started. We have to go outside to get that research done, so it does take some time. And I'm going to say most likely if there's no extension by the province, then we'll probably lose the 6 off the list.
Okay. And, sorry, you still have the floor, Councillor.
Well, and to that explanation, and the explanation is we're doing it because other municipalities are doing it, but we don't fully have reasoning behind it. But I don't see why wait till 2030 to extend it. The staff's saying we need less time. I'm trying to understand why.
So does
we're providing.
Does
is
a year
is
work?
a year enough? Is 12 months enough? Is 18 months enough? I just don't see why we would extend it to 2030.
Yeah.
Thank you, Your Worship. A year is good. We anticipate about 8 to 10 months to get those additional 6 done.
I think we're there. Okay. Our CAO's been itching to say something.
I just want to remind council, this is not binding on, all the motion is to request the province to consider an extension. So whether we say 10 years, 18 months, whatever, it's the province's decision. The province has made their decision that said properties, I believe it's 2022, that were on the list that don't get dealt with, they're off the list for 5 years. Every city had 5 years to clear the list, they didn't clear it. So debating 1 year, whatever, all this motion does, it doesn't change anything. It's just asks the province to consider it. If they choose not to consider it, then it doesn't mean anything. So I think the 3 years is because most of the other municipalities pick that. They may have longer lists to have one municipality say 3 years, one municipality say 18 months. It doesn't, it's the province has to decide it. So we have a few on the list that may fall off the list for 5 years. We have to ask the province to extend it with like other municipalities. So I wouldn't get too much into minutia. It's whether the decision really here is, do we ask the province for an extension or we don't ask the province for an extension? That's really the debate.
Got it. Okay. I've got Councillor Strange, I'll come back.
Yeah, and that's a good explanation. So who are the other municipalities that are asking for this? Do we know?
Lincoln was the one that I formed the notice of motion under, and I'm sorry I don't have the list of the other one, but this notice of motion, the Lincoln was on our agenda 3 meetings ago, and that's the one I took to the Heritage Committee to see if they were interested in doing it.
So the other one's Lincoln?
The other one is Lincoln, yes.
Okay.
Okay.
And one final comment, I think just went out of my head. I'm sorry, it's gone.
Okay, so there's a motion on the floor to ask the province to extend the designation to 2030. But this isn't for us, this is just ask the province for across the province. So, yes, oh, you thought of
I
it.
just remembered, yes. Our staff that represent the Heritage Committee are great, and with all of the things that our building and planning are working on, our official plan, our secondary plans, sometimes they are overworked and they can't work on the heritage. So some of them have taken longer than we would have liked. It's because our staff are working on other things. So it's not like nobody was doing anything on them. Everybody was working, doing something else, and it sort of got pushed at the side of the desk. But now we're on a clock, so that's
Just a thought, Councillor, just so you get enough support here, would you be willing to amend that date? Because it seems like some people don't want to go that long.
Sure, I'll
Since
amend the
we only
date.
need a year, so maybe pick something that.
Sure, I'll amend a year. Really, it's just to let the province know that we would like to extend it.
A little bit, to a period, a year.
Let's say till January 1st, 2028.
Okay, good. So the seconder, you're good with that, Councillor? Yes, okay, good. All right, so if there's no further discussion, I want to call that vote. All those in favor? Okay, and that's approved. Thank you for that. Now we go to Councillor Baldinelli, the asphalt man.
No, pothole man.
Pothole. Do I need to read all this?
No, you don't have to. You already brought it up last time.
Yeah. And
Maybe just the whereas. Therefore be it, maybe that one.
Okay, that staff research and procure its own hot box heater mini asphalt plant and portable hot boxes for year-round pothole repair and road maintenance in the city of Niagara Falls, and that they report back to council by the scheduled July meeting with an action plan for purchasing for the upcoming winter season. So it's not really purchasing right now, you're gonna come with an action plan. Just a little note on it. Last night after I was reading it, I had mentioned to you 10:30, I decided to watch something, and 1:30 in the morning is like, oh my God, one after another after. So I have no idea, there's so many options out there. You have to leave it to the master, for sure. But, well,
You're like a Jedi.
he's a road guy. He told me he's a road guy, so he's really, really into the roads. But for example, though, I just want to bring this to everybody's attention, 2024 claims. I think I was speaking with Needy. 8 in 2025, 11, and this year it's, I think you said 56 and counting. 53? 53 and counting claims for damages. I know it was the winter. Things do happen. I see a lot of repairs going on that they're out there, and I'd like to congratulate Shelley on her thing, but I still think we need to exceed customer expectations, not meet them, or not get there at all. So exceeding customer expectations, there's still a lot of holes out there. I understand there's problems with, you have to have another truck follow, and we don't have enough personnel. But, out of the complaints that we currently have, I've asked a couple days now, it's number one, and is grass now. It used to be potholes, now it's grass, and potholes second. So it's something that the city and the people really, really want the city to jump on. And a lot of people don't ask for much. And we need to do something now to make this and beautify it. And we also need an action plan on what we're going to do going forward in the spring and in the summer to make the city a better place. So potholes are number one. Hopefully you get your support.
Just to add to I absolutely support that. To add to it, I've had other mayors ask me, would you guys sell some asphalt to us as well? neighboring communities. They said it'd be great. They have the same problem. They said cold patch isn't great, and it's expensive, it's temporary. And they said, but what's our choices? When the asphalt plant's closed, there's no choice. And they said, and they're kind of open and closed at the whim of whatever. So I think that's, so anyway, do you have a seconder for your, yes, Councillor? You second it?
I'll second it, but I do have a concern about the word procure. When I read it, I felt that we were going ahead with it, and I'd like to see a report back on cost, capital cost, operating cost, and somebody contacted me about volatile organic compounds, VOCs, that they're afraid if these boxes are going into neighborhoods running on diesel, is there an environmental concern and a health concern to our residents when they're going into neighborhoods compared to being in a compound, a city compound somewhere else. So those are things that I'd like to see on a report, but I will second it. I just don't, the way it reads, we're going out and buying it.
Okay, yeah, so Mr. Nichol, did you want to address that?
Yeah, thank you, and thank you to the councillors, both councillors, for some of the questions and bringing this up. I'm pretty excited about this because it's a new opportunity that fits a gap that we haven't been able to solve before. The VOCs issue, what we would propose to do is park this beside our pile of recycled asphalt and leave it stationary at our service center. It wouldn't be towed around with us. We own 2 hot boxes, so boxes that keep asphalt hot at the required temperature that we use in the summer months to tow with a day's worth of asphalt because it can harden up really quickly. So this would stay stationary. We would cook up a batch of hot asphalt, and honestly, it has to be done right because it's a very valuable product. Just because it's recycled doesn't mean it's a throwaway product. It's really valuable to us still. So if we could cook it up right, we could sell it to other municipalities when we have some collaboration, and then we could tow it out during milder days, and in that interim period when the plants are still closed because it's not economical to open and it's not snowing, and we have the opportunity to do that. What my request would be is that actually I have a trial coming, a demo coming next week. There's a contractor or a equipment company coming next week. There's a lot of different products like this. Some heat the asphalt directly, which I prefer not to see because it's like baking a cake. You don't want to bake it, put the heat on the top, you want the heat on the bottom, I suppose. So we have to look at the right products. So we're going to do some of these demos now. If there's an opportunity to procure this product with some of our surplus reserves or something like that, I would like to take that back to council so that we can expedite a procurement and bring something in for this upcoming winter season. So we'll do some of those tests, and I will come back. I might not be able to come back in July per se, depending on the details of our trial, but if we can try to come back with something like that, it would be a good opportunity for us to go ahead with it this winter.
Great, thank you. I will second it as long as we're not buying it without it coming back, and I just heard it's coming back, so yes, I'll second it.
Great. Any other questions or comments? Okay, so you heard the motion moved by Councillor Baldinelli, seconded by Councillor Lococo. All those in favor? Okay, and that's unanimous, Madam Clerk. And then we move on. I think Councillor Patel, you have a note, am I right? Yes? You have a motion or a notice? No, you have a notice of motion. Okay, so did you want to just, yeah, sure.
So, Mr. Mayor, this actually started and I'm not pointing fingers at staff either, but Victoria Day weekend, I was at the Chippewa Park, by the boat ramp, and there were no porta potties there for the long weekend. So when you're there, when people realize who you are, they start coming and talking to you. You know how it is. People start talking to you. Then one person sees you, another person says. And the conversation led to something else, that porta potties are not sufficient for that park because that park is being used, it's being heavily used by our residents in Chippewa. There's a parquet that the kids are playing there. That last night doing barbecues, a heavily used park by community. And some people said that the porta potties are not good enough for seniors, especially for the accessibility, and children, because a couple of parents told me last year, because the summer was very hot, there were lots of flies in the porta potty, was dirty, they couldn't use that, they had to drive outside to take the kids to use the washroom. And after that, I went again next day, and last weekend I was there, heard the similar concerns, and people did reach out to after I talked to certain people. And that's why I came to bring this motion forward, that the Chippewa Boat Ramp and Nesbitt Parkett are heavily used by residents and visitors, and whereas residents have raised concerns regarding the availability, accessibility, and suitability of washroom facility at the site, that council directs staff to investigate options for enhanced washroom facility at Chippewa Boat Ramp and Nesbitt Parkett, including permanent, modular, self-contained, and other innovative washroom solutions. And B, it further resolved that staff report back to council with options, costs, and recommendation on most appropriate and cost-effective washroom solution for the site. So that's the motion. And also I want to remind, we do charge for parking in the parking lot too. So it's not a very big ask if you're asking for having a permanent washroom.
But if you buy the convenience pass, you get to park there for free. I just want to point that out. Another commercial.
Buy it, right? So-
Yeah, Father's Day is coming up. Yeah. Okay, so we had that notice, and then Councillor Strange, you've got a notice of motion as well?
Yes, I do, Mr. Mayor. You know, in the last year, our province and Premier Ford have had some big announcements for, you know, the province, but especially Niagara Falls, with the announcement of Destination Niagara, the airport expansion, gaming expansions are huge, as well as the you know, the former Toronto Power generating station going to a 5-star hotel is just awesome. I think he understands that we need some other stuff going on too at the same time. You bring all this stuff, you're going to need some big attractions. You know, his recent announcement was to try to bring a Ferris wheel here. There's been a lot of negative, you know, with petitions and whatnot, and I don't think anyone wants to see a Ferris wheel on Victoria Park or on there. We use it for, you know, our New Year's Eve party. We're using it for the upcoming exhibition for the World Cup. But I think what Premier Ford understands is that we need attractions here, something big, just not a Ferris wheel. So I think if we come up together, we can get some new, bigger attractions, because, you know, some of our attractions are aging. We don't have Marineland anymore. So I think we should look at different ways of trying to bring new, inspiring attractions to Niagara Falls. So here's my notice of motion. Whereas this is a significant interest in Niagara Falls with the eyes of national and international attractions operators, partners, developers, proprietors on us since the province of Ontario announced its Destination Niagara initiative. Whereas this is an opportunity to start the discussion about a refresh for Niagara Falls and how something unique and spectacular can be created with a wow factor that will invite new and returning visitors to explore new attractions. Whereas revitalization of the Niagara Regional Airport and expanded GO train service are helping to drive and invite new ideas and make exciting opportunities possible with better access to and from Niagara. Whereas there have been no new hotel rooms built in 17 years and tourism numbers have largely stagnated over the last decade. Whereas Niagara Falls and Niagara region deserve to have good jobs and a vibrant economy, and continued growth in this sector will help ensure this is possible. Whereas other destination cities have seen revivals of significant attractions such as the Sphere in Las Vegas and the Eiffel Tower illumination in Paris. Whereas a meaningful addition to the offerings that we have in Niagara Falls will create an exciting opportunity to revive and refresh the attraction landscape here. Whereas meetings have already been taking place with interested investors among city team members and the mayor. Whereas the province announcement has already attracted the attention of major brands. Therefore, it be resolved that City Council ask staff to work with the province of Ontario as part of the Destination Niagara initiative to attract new large-scale attractions at different locations, serving as demand generators, driving more visitors to the destination.
Great, thank you. So we'll be dealing with that at our next,
Yes.
in June. Councillor Lococo.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I was speaking to Councillor Strange before, and my notice of motion
It's
sort of
related,
goes into his, he forgot to mention me, but here I am. I didn't know how to bring this up either as a notice of motion or new business. There's a lot of confusion and conflicting ideas out there about where a Ferris wheel would go in Queen Victoria Park. I've seen a map, and one of the pieces of property is the actual park where the New Year's Eve festival is, and the other one was where the Queen Victoria Place restaurant was. So then I got to thinking, does that mean we're tearing it down? Is it going in the corner of the property? There's a lot of confusion over where exactly it was supposed to go. I know that you sit on the Niagara Parks Commission. Do you have any idea about which property or?
No, because they put it out to tender, and they're waiting to see if the private sector reacts, and if they do, where and how. So nobody knows what's going to come, if it's even going to be acceptable, and if it's going to conflict with current operations.
Right.
So right now, it's still an idea stage.
Okay.
Yeah.
And that's where I wrote about the two concepts conflicting. If we're going to have New Year's Eve out in the park, and now a Ferris wheel might possibly go there, how do the two work together? There's a lot of concern about the historic building, the Queen Victoria Place. It's not designated a heritage property, but in 2023, the Niagara Parks Commission launched a public engagement about this building, and they were going to develop heritage assessments about the building. I did a lot of research. I found the article, but I couldn't find any reports or another article saying what happened. Do you know about this?
Well, I know that they've been doing studies, because the building's in terrible shape. So they've got a lot of concerns about the building. It's not accessible, and there's a lot of, it's gonna take a massive amount of money if they're gonna, and then they're trying to figure out what direction do they go? Is it a rebuild? Is it a renovation? What kind, so they're just looking into it. It's gonna be, whatever it is, it'll be a very big ticket item.
Okay, thank you. I was looking to find out what the results of that survey was, and I couldn't find it. The RFP for this is closing this month on June 23rd, so that's why I wanted to bring it up now. There's sort of a time clock on it. I haven't talked to one person that has wanted the Ferris wheel. I think what they're talking about is that residents have input and feedback on it. And in their minds that it goes against everything that Niagara Parks Commission is for, about preserving our green space and the falls. Tourism is very important to Niagara Falls. It's not that people don't want to see these types of things, it's just the location that they're thinking about. And we need to have responsible tourism as well. On the Ontario Heritage Trust site, it says that in September of 2005, the Ontario Heritage Foundation and the Niagara Parks unveiled a plaque, and it's down there, and it says, to preserve the natural scenery around Niagara Falls. Queen Victoria Park was started in May of 1888, and it was an international park built with, on the U.S. side. We did it separately, but it was still the intention that it was an international park. And it goes on to say that Queen Victoria Park has evolved significantly since its conception, yet it's remained true to its original function, being primarily tourism, sports, leisure, while incorporating power generating facilities in an aesthetically pleasing design while retaining the natural beauty. We need to have a mechanism where our residents can go on record about how they feel about the placement of the Ferris wheel and what it will do to generate to the green space and the natural beauty of Niagara Falls. So this is where I was going. I think as councillors we have a responsibility to our residents because they're talking about a 50-year lease. That's a long time, and if we are to do something like putting a Ferris wheel or whatever else in that green space, they need to have some feedback. So my notice of motion was that staff organize and promote something on our Let's Talk page to get feedback and public consultation from our residents, so the feedback can be submitted prior to the June 23rd RFP deadline regarding the Ferris wheel at Queen Victoria Park, and to pause the approval until the residents have feedback and public consultation can be reviewed.
So the only concern with that is you're only asking people to complain. You're not asking them to come up with what they would suggest instead. So two things. One, the Parks Act 1885. It's not at 1888.
Well, that's what I got off of the Ontario Heritage site.
Okay.
It's at
Well, the act
1888.
was 1885, March of 1885.
Okay.
But the concern, and that's why I like the angle that Councillor Strange is going. Let's come up with alternatives. And I'm going to tell you, I was here the last time the Premier was here, and he said, do you have any ideas for some showstoppers? Those were his exact words. Some things with wow appeal. This was his idea. I think he would probably surrender to a better idea. And that's why I'm saying, my only problem with this is we're only asking the public to complain. We've already heard the public, loud and clear, they don't want it. So why are we gonna ask for more of the same? It's not gonna change things. We have to, if you wanna change the direction, you gotta come up with a better idea, like a better mousetrap. And my suggestion is, I don't know, and I know it's just your notice, and it's not a motion, but let's ask the public the public are very smart, and a lot of them travel the world. They get out of Niagara Falls, and they see ideas around the world, and they say, why don't you do this here? When I was in Brazil, I saw that. People say that to me all the time. I was in Shanghai, and they did one of these. And I think that's a great idea. So why don't we, instead of, yeah, okay, opposed to the Ferris wheel, opposed to the location, sure. But then what instead? Why don't we take a leadership position and come up with ideas and encourage the world to write into us? Not just people that are opposed to it, but give us a better idea. That's what we really want.
It's a great opportunity to do what you say, to get some ideas. I think
Yes.
what people are really opposed about is Queen Victoria Park or the Queen Victoria Place. Whether it's a Ferris wheel, a sphere, whatever we want to call it, they don't want it in that location. So I'm open to ideas to say, come up with other ideas, but people really want to preserve that piece of Niagara Parks Commission.
And I agree with you,
Yeah.
but we don't want a Ferris wheel and we don't want it there. But then what do you want? See, it's okay to be opposed, but then you got to come up with alternatives. Because I always say, if you got a better idea, I'm all ears. And then if someone says, well, I don't have any ideas, like, well, see, that's the problem. Let's try to not just be critical. Let's come up with some better ideas. And I bet you the public has got some brilliant ideas that we could do in the city, not necessarily at that part of Queen Victoria Park, but maybe Rapids View, maybe some other area. So I just want to throw that as an idea.
Yeah, for
because-
sure. I do understand that.
Yeah.
The whole idea is this June 23rd. If this RFP is closed, at that point, it's going to be very hard to walk things back. So if it's a Ferris wheel somewhere else, I don't think people would complain as much. They just don't want it in Queen Victoria Park. You want to put it somewhere else, great. You want to put a sphere, you want to do whatever else. It's Queen Victoria Park. And if people aren't heard before this June 23rd deadline, they're afraid that it's going to be locked in and they're going to lose that wonderful natural green space.
Well, I would suggest two things. Number one, they've heard loud and clear. So it's not like they'll be waiting for our survey.
No?
No. And second thing, just because the RFP closes doesn't bind the parks to do anything. And then on top of that, everything always has to get consent from the province because they're an agency of the province. So they've got to get orders in council to do anything about this type of thing. So I think it's a good idea to have the discussion. I wouldn't be as worried about the timing because, as I say, they've heard loud and clear, and that's just the end of the RFP. They've already extended it once. They could end up extending it, or they could end up taking no action. Regardless, I think it's good that we're having the discussion. I just want to throw those ideas.
Yeah,
And again, I can't, because I'm on the commission, I can't say a lot of what gets discussed, but I can tell you that everybody's of the same thinking.
I appreciate your comments. I would remove the section about pausing the approval. I'll take that out. But what I would like is that we have opportunity, maybe through our Let's Talk page, maybe come up with some ideas and an area that people can give other ideas and do that. But I do think it's important that we hear very loud and clear, not there. No matter if it's a Ferris wheel, a sphere, or whatever, just not there.
Mm-hmm.
And I would like to get more information on the Queen Victoria Place restaurant at some point, because as you say, if it's in need of repair, is that part of why this might be there, because it's going to be
No.
torn? Like,
They're not a part of it.
Okay.
It was two total separate converging ideas.
Did you see the map, though? There's
Yeah.
a map that has the two areas. That's why I was so confused. And there's so much information out there, you don't know what's true or not. And then with that RFP date coming, you know, you want to make sure that our residents are heard. So Councillor Strain's notice of motion, and because of that deadline, I'd be willing to put a motion forward to waive the procedural guideline to go through with that. And if we could include my part about the feedback on Let's Talk, I hope that council would support that.
Okay. Councillor Newstein.
Comment? Can
Yeah,
I speak now?
sure.
I really like what you said about going out to the world. So for us, we have our own ideas. We're here, but so many people around the world have come here, and maybe they've had that idea that we never had. But the question is, how do we go out to the world? Is it a contest? How do we open it up for greater input?
Yeah, Well, you're, exactly, how do we go, because we had visitors from 175 countries last year in Niagara Falls. 175. Probably somebody has seen a good idea that they think, I don't know why they don't do this.
Or
in
maybe
Niagara Falls.
even start this year with everybody who comes to the falls. Like, they're expecting a really great tourist area, so maybe we can open it up to visitors. Like, got an idea for us? Like, and have a contest. Who can come up with the best idea? And maybe it's somebody from Switzerland or Uganda who comes up with the idea that maybe we're too close to it. But I really like your idea when you said that.
Yeah, maybe we'll give them a free cotton candy or something, right, if they come up with a.
And some fudge.
Change. Councillor Dabrowski. Do you have your hand up too?
Great conversation around the table. I don't disagree with going outside of our region to ask tourists for what ideas we can bring into our community. But let's engage the hoteliers, Niagara Falls Tourism, the attractors, HOCO. Let's get those folks around the table first and have this deep discussion, not just about attractions and brick and mortar attractions, but we're a four-season destination. May through September, we have heads and beds. We have millions of tourists coming into the city. I'd love to see a strategy or a tourism plan that looks at the winter months, the fall months, the spring months, and it's not a Ferris wheel. I know we're working on it, but rather than poll our residents, and we know what kind of feedback we're going to get because we're all in agreement here around the table, we don't want the Ferris wheel. Everyone we've talked to in the community does not want the Ferris wheel. There's been petitions with thousands of people that have said they don't want the Ferris wheel. I don't think we need to go back out to our residents here in Niagara Falls to ask them what they think about the Ferris wheel. They've been heard loud and clear. People are hearing us here loud and clear. I would love to go to the community with a Let's Talk, with a poll, with a questionnaire about what they would like to see. What attractions have they seen when they've traveled outside of the area that they want to see in their backyard? I don't think polling the tourists from outside the area, it'll give us a lot of great ideas, but I think we use and utilize the folks that we have around the table here. We utilize the expertise and the veterans that we have in the hoteliers and the attractions and Niagara Parks and the folks that have helped build what Niagara Falls has become since the mid-90s, since the first casino, second casino, since all the high-rise hotels were built up here in the city. So I love all the feedback that we've received. I don't think we should poll our community on whether or not we want to see this Ferris wheel here. I think they've been heard loud and clear, but I love to see more ideas come to the table, and I think we should bring those stakeholders back together once again and start brainstorming ways we can attract millions more tourists here to the city.
Councillor?
Comment. I agree with what you're saying, but I also think if we can open it up, people who travel the world have different ideas as well. So the more ideas, the better. So I would expand it to as many as we can with the time period and just call it the Great Idea Contest for Niagara Falls, that we can't recreate a falls, but maybe something else. And maybe we can go back to the original tourism thing where they had the observation towers. And that wasn't in Queen Victoria.
Actually, they went on Ferry Street. They had a tower there that you could look at the cemetery. Yeah.
And I don't disagree. However, and the parks had done it, I think it was 10 years ago when Niagara Fury first came to the city, to Niagara Parks. I remember the parks held, it was a public open house, like an open house we would have here in our local municipality, where it brought stakeholders together, brought members of the public together, and it basically polled, and it was a brainstorming SWOT session, SWOT analysis on tourism and what people would like to see here within the city. So I don't fully disagree. However, I think we should stick locally. We should speak to the experts at hand, and maybe we don't need to go outside the area. But I know there's a lot of great ideas around this horseshoe, and I know there's a lot of experts and veterans within the city that can help build the city even further.
So just a thought. I'm sorry. Go ahead, Councillor Patel.
Mr. Mayor, I think the point here is everybody's against the Ferris wheel. I actually had one person who was not against it. And there's one friend of a friend, she was complaining about the Ferris wheel, what city's doing to stop it. And I said, city doesn't have control over it, nothing we can do to stop it. She said, do you think you can get my daughter a job there? That's what she asked. So, you know, how people have different, people have different ideas, but what the Councillor Lococo's thing is true. Lots of people in Niagara Falls, including most of the people around the horseshoe, are not very sold on the idea of having a Ferris wheel in Queen Victoria Queen Victoria Park. And people who are against it, who wants to make their voices heard, I suggest they should just email Premier Ford. What do you think? Instead of having us collecting the data, I think they should just email straight to Minister of Tourism and maybe Premier. Just email them straight. Wouldn't that be better? To make well, maybe text. I'm not sure. I think 2030 is the deadline. If somebody really wants to talk about it or make the opposition heard, they should just email them.
Yeah,
Don't you agree?
that's always the option, because he answers. I mean,
Right,
he
exactly.
actually answers his phone.
At least people know that they told Premier what they feel, right?
Yep.
I think that's the way it should be, right? If people are not agreeing with it, they should be able to voice their opinion. Because having a Let's Talk page, I don't think we're going to achieve anything instead of just, as you say, having people complain. And complaints are valid. It's not just complaint. It's a valid reason. Nobody in Niagara Falls wants to see Ferris wheel in a beautiful park, but nothing we as a council can do to stop it.
So I got a question for you guys. So we have two different notices of motion, which normally wouldn't be dealt with for 2 weeks. One is, and Councillor Strange, just so I got it strange, one is asking the province to come back with some new ideas as part of Destination Niagara, right? And staff to work with them, and I would assume maybe you could add in with the tourism industry, right? Like with Councillor DeBro, yep. Like with the hoteliers and HOCO and the different operators. So that's one. And then Councillor Lococo, yours is more of a survey type approach through Let's Talk. Is that right? So more saying through that, so they're different. I'm just trying to differentiate. So yours is more getting feedback on what ideas they have for the park. Even though we're the city, we're not the parks. And I want to be clear of that. We're not the parks, but we can still give them feedback, right? So do I kind of have that?
Yes, and I think our residents feel that we need to help get their ideas and their comments and their feelings to the province. I know we don't control that, but they think that we're elected officials and we need to get it out there. So at least that they feel heard, whether it's new ideas, are there other properties available that we can come up with to say we can do it here. I like Councillor Dabrowski's idea about including the tourism partners. That's great too, but we can't forget our residents. Our residents have to be part of it. I know they've been heard very loud and clear through petitions, but nothing's come through this council for us to support our residents of their feelings. So the Let's Talk is usually pretty easy and fast, and whether it can be, some multiple choice of different things that you'd like to put, or if you'd like to see there, or different ideas that you want to type out in a box, that would be great. And I really think that the big thing is the location of Queen Victoria Park. And that's the message. Like, if Premier Ford can sell the airplane and turn it around, maybe this can happen that it doesn't go to Queen Victoria Park. That's what people want to see.
Okay. Okay. So I'm just gonna, so you want to say something, then I'm gonna throw an idea.
Yeah, I can appreciate the easy and fast, but we need to be slow and methodical. It's very important that we concentrate, especially if we're gonna go to the public. So if we could make an amendment on a specific motion, but maybe we should look at an open house for locals in our community, hosted maybe by the city, keep the tourism partners out of that aspect of it, and get their feedback, get the locals' feedback on what they want to see in our community. And I don't think we should do it through a Let's Talk page. I think it's a fruitful discussion with some brainstorming sessions, getting our community involved, and seeing what sort of feedback and ideas what we get back from our local community. So I'm not sure if we're opening up a can of worms, but if we're going to get feedback about the most important industry in our municipality, then we should do it with some sort of open house, and we should engage our community aggressively.
So just a thought, so one throws out there, I wonder if an open house would be better done by the parks. Like you mentioned, they did one for the Fury, maybe that's what they should be doing.
And I'm okay with that, and maybe that's,
I wouldn't want them to do one on tennis courts in the city.
Of course,
but
we're talking about...
Look what we found.
Agreed, but we are talking about tourism, and tourism's an important part of our council and municipality, but I don't disagree. Maybe it's the parks that should spearhead that initiative, and that could be part of a motion.
Yeah, and like you're saying, Councillor Lococo, maybe the Let's Talk, just for general feedback on ideas, and we can share that with the parks.
Right, that would be good. And I understand what Councillor Dabrowski is saying, that we should be slow and methodical about what we're doing. It's that June 23rd date that is hanging over people's head, and they think that that's the end-all and be-all. If we can have some guarantee that it's not,
Yeah.
then I'm open to slow and methodical and putting a good plan together. But because this has come so fast, I know we heard about it November, December, but all of a sudden it's now, oh, you're getting a Ferris wheel and here's the RFP within 2 months. It was very fast. So if the province is moving fast, we might have to move fast. So I just want that guarantee that if we miss something, are we stuck with it?
Okay, so we've got two motions, so does the council have two notices of motions? So there's a suggestion that we bypass procedural bylaw and deal with them now. So well, it's up to the council. So Councillor Lococo suggested starting by doing one for Councillor Strange's notice of motion. So, like, we can test the waters? Okay. So we got a motion by Councillor Lococo, second by Councillor Patel, that we remove procedural bylaw. What? Am I not doing this right? Pardon me? That we what?
Yes, as I have it written currently, Mr. Mayor, I have Councillor Lococo propose a motion to waive procedure bylaw to discuss Councillor Strange's notice of motion and also her own. And then I have Councillor Newestag had seconded that.
Oh, okay, all right. So Councillor, okay, right, okay, good. All right, so we've got that. Is there any discussion to waiving the procedural bylaw rules? Okay, we'll call the vote then. All those in favor? Okay, so that's approved. So now we've got Councillor Strange's motion. And are you using the idea of encouraging the local tourism people to be a part of it? Sure. Is a second, who seconded yours? Or you didn't?
One has.
Nobody has, okay. You do have a seconder? Okay, yes. Now it's a motion.
No, it's a motion.
Yes. Okay, so moved by Councillor Strange with the amendment that the tourism industry give input into big ideas, showstoppers. Anyone who wants to. Okay. The world. What about beyond, if there's someone? Okay, so that's moved and seconded. Councillor Dabrowski, you wanted to comment? Yep.
Sorry, who seconded that?
Councillor Pietrangelo seconded that. Yes, did you want to, yes, yeah, did you want to have a comment or no? I thought you put your hand up. No? No, I will second it. Okay, oh, we already got it seconded. Okay. Apparently, I've been getting things double seconded and triple seconded tonight. It's better to be safe, right? That's, okay. Wow. Is there any discussion to the motion? Okay, all those in favor? All those in favor? Okay, that's unanimous. Okay, one down, one to go. Okay, now, Councillor Lococo, you're gonna second it, Councillor Patel, but were you gonna massage something in it? I can't remember what part, about ideas, right?
I was going to remove the part about pausing, so I'll remove that, and then massage it in the sense that we ask for ideas, plus we can post some ideas and their comments.
Right.
Locations, ideas.
And ideas, perfect.
Yes.
Okay. Any discussion to the motion?
Just to interrupt, what about the open house idea?
Well, that was.
Want me to add that?
I don't know, I don't think so. I just think that's the Parks Commission, open house in the parks.
Can we ask the Niagara Parks Commission?
I
to
think,
have
sure,
an
why
open
not?
house?
You can ask
Put
the
that-
parks to
put that in my motion then.
consider an open house for ideas.
Correct.
Are you still seconding that, Councillor Patel? Okay. Okay, we're gonna call that vote then. All those in favor? Okay, and that's approved unanimously too, Madam Clerk. Huh? We did them both for the one motion. Yeah.
For both,
Yeah.
I would say. I would
She
for
did a
both.
twofer, because you
I
said.
did a
both.
twofer.
Yeah, she did a
We're
twofer.
seconding, we're thirding, we're two-thirds.
Twofer.
It's a BOGO situation over here.
All right. So now, are we prepared to, wait, we have one more. I'm sorry. No, we're not. We've got one more motion. It's a notice, but we're looking to, it's mine. It's mine. But I'm asking the CAO to present it, because this is timely. Mr. CAO, are we looking to waive the procedural bylaw on this one too? So I'm hopeful that you'll consider waiving the procedural bylaw on mine since you did everyone else's. But if you don't, I understand. I won't be hurt too much. Mr. CAO, could you present, please?
Thank you, and the reason for the waiver is because of the time effect. For council and those who are still watching at home, on June 1st, yesterday, the province came out with the Ontario and Canada open applications for new development charge reduction program. This is the $8.8 billion federal provincial funding program to support housing-enabled infrastructure projects in municipalities that substantially reduce and maintain development charges. So this has been in the news. Yesterday they came out. Municipalities who want to be eligible for the $8.8 billion have to submit an application by June 19th. As such, council does not have any other meetings between now and then application date. Staff have been involved in this. Staff have also been involved in this with the region with regards to the South Niagara wastewater treatment plant, which is critical infrastructure for us to do any housing expansion. So it's based upon that information. Staff have 4 motions here for council to consider tonight. First motion is that council direct staff to apply for funding under the Development Charge Reduction Program before the deadline of June 19th, 2026. That council commits in the DCRP, that's the Development Charge Reduction Program, application at a date to be determined to a 50% reduction of net residential development charges. The council authorized staff with delegated authority to execute all documents and agreements necessary to apply for funding under the DCRP. And lastly, the council directs staff to report back to council on the outcome of the application for funding under the DCRP. So what the motion is actually asking for is that we apply for this funding program and that we set the reduction rate at 50%. 50% scores the most that you can on the applications for funding. That's the request. We've looked at the financial implications of that based upon our DC fund, what we're getting in for residential. We think the 50% is the appropriate way to go. We would also probably have one of the largest projects, Niagara region technically would have one of the largest projects probably in that pipeline for the wastewater treatment plant. So, they're very clear that the more you reduce, the more your application gets attention. So I do apologize for the rushed nature of it, but it literally came out yesterday. And technically the letter got sent to head of council tonight at about 6 o'clock from the minister. So that's why it's before council tonight, and that's why the mayor is asked to be rushed onto the agenda with the waiver of procedural motion.
Okay, motion. One more or two more? Like you want it? Okay. Councillor Peter Angelo needs one more explanation. With pictures and food explanation.
Cole's notes is the feds in the province are putting up $8.8 billion of infrastructure funding over 10 years. So average $8.8 billion. The only way you can apply to that fund is you have to reduce your development charges between 30 and 50%. You won't actually have to reduce them until you actually get funding from a program, but you have to commit to it. So if they approve one of your projects, you already have to commit to it. So the June 19th date is the commitment date. So we have a few days to apply. Staff is recommending the 50% because of the size of our programs, and we think if you look at it based upon what we are collecting in residential DCs, we think it makes sense to be at the maximum because we'll get more back on the infrastructure dollars. And it's only for residential development charges and housing enabled infrastructure, which we have significant projects for.
Good. So first, do we have a motion to waive procedural bylaw rules? Councillor Dabrowski and Councillor Lococo. Okay, so on that, this is just on the waiving. So can we just call that vote on the waiving? All those in favor? Okay, and that's unanimous, Madam Clerk. And then now, we need to put the motion on the floor before we can discuss it. So, could you read it one more time? Are you, moved by Councillor Newesteg, second by Councillor Baldinelli. Yeah, called, okay, so it's on the floor now. So discussions, Councillor Lococo?
Sorry, I just need to understand, so if we're not.
Want to explain one more time? 'Cause
No,
he could-
no, in my language, if we're not charging the development charges to a developer, they're not paying it, so let's just use $60,000. If it's $60,000 and now we're reducing it down to 50%, they're going to pay us $30,000. We're not getting $30,000. Will that $30,000 come from the funding? I know you just said that staff looked at some and we might get more. Would we get that $30,000 to make up for the 60 that we should have got under our old system? How is that going to work?
So you're correct. If right now our residential is about $30,000, it would drop to $15,000. The only time you drop it, though, is when you've received money for an infrastructure project. And so you commit to the 50%, if it's the wastewater treatment plant, the ask is in the hundreds of millions of dollars. We average a couple of $1 million in residential, residential DC. So the math will math very quickly. The reality is what you're not collecting on the DCs would have an impact on your levy, but you're getting more money for your infrastructure projects. So that's why it's contingent upon getting it. Just because you commit to the 50%, if you don't get funding for the infrastructure projects, then you don't give up your 50%. You only start to waive it once you've got money coming in the door, and the money is upfronted to you, where the DCs would be collected over years.
Okay.
So
I understand that part, but what I'm getting at is the dollar amount. So let's use the $30,000, because I was thinking 60, the region and the city. So let's say $30,000 we used to get. And now if we reduce it down to 15, we're not getting that 15. Will we get the 15 from the government program for that residential development? I understand about the wastewater.
We're not going to submit a project that we're not going to get enough money for to replace our DC. So I'm not going to ask for a $2 million project under this program where I'm going to waive $2 million worth of DCs. So I submit a project, I'll submit a project that says you got to give me $20, $30 million, and I'm going to give up $10 million for that. So yes, it would be replaced, and it's on the project submission basis. So you would be, you'd be an idiot not to submit a project of size to get your DC money back. But the intent is, by the government is they want to fund infrastructure, and they know they need to fund infrastructure for housing. The market is depressed, and they need to lower prices at the same time. So they're trying to use a tool that lowers the prices of housing, which generates market activity, and reward those communities that do that by giving them the infrastructure dollars to fund it. So, and when we discussed this program with the government, it was quite clear that, because of the lack of details, it had to make sense. Otherwise, no one would join. And then, CBC News is going to run a news story 3 years from now and say, you ran this big $8.8 billion program and no one subscribed to it. So they know they got to put enough money into the deal to make it worth their while. I think they're going to be challenged to get the right projects that will actually build houses. We have a capacity constraint, so we think we have a good project, and go from there. So each project that's going to be submitted, we have to do the finances on it. Mr. Nickel and Kira will have to ensure that those projects will drive housing, because that's the only way it works. So to me, it's a math equation that staff will work on at the time when we know what the application process is. This is really just to, I think this quick timeline by the government is to say, okay, how many cities are actually serious about this? Let's get them in the door, and then let's ask for the projects at that point in time.
Okay, I think I understand, but I have a couple more questions. So the developer is now paying 50% less, but we're getting money from the provincial government and federal government to replace that. It's all out of one person's pocket. But anyway, we're getting money from a different place that's going to replace the money that we had. So we're not going to be behind in money that we think we're getting. and you're only going to submit it if it makes dollar sense that it works out.
Well, yeah, you would only submit if it makes sense. The other benefit you have to do too is the amount of time that you waive your DCs is limited. It's not indefinite. And so if you get a piece of infrastructure that can support housing for the next 20 years, you're going to also pick up that benefit post the waiver period of DCs. But, you know, listen, DCs have been a challenge. Staff are looking at different DC programs and incentive programs and all this stuff. So at least with this program, it's tied to infrastructure that's going to help building, so it does make sense. And they're trying to address a market demand issue that says, listen, pricing is too high. And we're in a better position, quite frankly. Our DCs are $30,000. Some municipalities in GTA are $100,000, right? $130,000. So our 50% is worth a lot less, quite frankly, in dollars. But they don't care about that. They don't care about the raw dollars. They care about the percentage. So it actually works out better for us.
It's unfortunate that we didn't have more time, because I would really like to do some research to understand this. And is there a downside for us signing this agreement?
It's an application process. It's just a commitment at this point in time. The downside would be if we can't come up with projects, but we have projects in the pipeline. And you know, obviously the region has their project in the pipeline. As soon as this council votes on this, if it's a supportive vote, my next call is to Mr. Tripp from the region to say, this council has done that. You have to, if you're serious about the wastewater treatment plant in South Niagara, I think you have to get your council to move quickly on it also.
Okay. Because of the deadline, could we get a report at the next meeting, which I know is after the deadline, but just to give us an idea of, you know, how the program works, what do you think is in the pipeline, how much money's coming in, what the percentages are, just to show us?
Yeah, I'm going to be honest. I said part of the motion was for us to report back. I don't know if the details right now are about 3 pages long, and I can provide that. I don't know if there will be any more details after the 19th. I think the details will flow in a few months' time, and we'll report back on that, because right now it's literally what we've seen as a pretty limited sketch program. I think they want to understand. I think before they get too deep, they want to understand how many cities are committed to this, and I think more will flow at that point in time.
I just want to make sure that our taxpayers are not stuck for a certain portion that we're not getting back, and that we've given a break to the developers. That's all I want. You know, if the math makes sense, that there's money coming in from somewhere else and that the city got the same amount, great.
Yeah, and just to be clear, Councillor, I always say developers do not pay DCs. They come in, and I correct them all the time.
Yes,
they come in here and say we pay the DCs. I say you don't pay the DCs, the homeowner pays the DCs. And same with this program. When we give up money, it's not going to the developer, it's going to the homeowner. Because, you know, they have to charge that DC through, right? And we expect some price drops for that. Where I'm concerned with is the infrastructure, and how do we fund that infrastructure for that? And you know, it's over $8 billion a year, which is a pretty substantial program for the province. So we'll have to see. When we have more details, I don't know if I'll bring a formal report back, but if we get more details, I'm more than happy to have staff send out information to the councillors. Like I said, I literally just got, it was addressed to head of council tonight during council meeting, a letter from Minister Flack, and the mayor can distribute that letter also.
One final thought. If you see a brand new house being built, say for $500,000, it's, what you're saying is it's really $500,000 plus the development charges that the resident pays. That $500,000 doesn't have the development charges in it, does it?
No, if a builder is selling a house for $550,000, the development charge is embedded into that price, so they don't charge it on top. But they have to pay the development charge. You know, at building permit stage, and then they pass that cost on to the homeowner, and the homeowner gets to mortgage that charge over a 20-year period. But we collect it before and so when when you build it, or when you buy a new house, or you have a new house constructed, the builders normally do interim charges to the homeowner. And one of the charges is right around building permit stage, and most of it is for planning, building, and DCs, and that's what they, that's what they charge. And most good builders will actually itemize what the costs are for their build.
Now, you said that the market, sorry, another question, because you said something else. You said that the
Double
market.
your time now.
I know, but this is important. I don't
I
want to.
know, but it is our rules, 5 minutes, right? But finish up.
You said that the market prices need to be lower. What guarantee do we have that the $500,000 price tag is going to get lower to pass on to the home purchaser? Or is the developer going to stay at $500,000 and now we've reduced it? Like if it happens naturally.
There is no guarantee, and whether there is some profit taking from the developer or not, but it's no different than if I had zero development charges, and that's frankly a scenario we're looking at. Because I can have zero development charge, in the province of Quebec, they only started putting in development charges in the last decade. There is no guarantee on that, but the market, what I can tell you is there's no buildings being built now. There is no construction. Prices have come down dramatically. Even the HST waiver, the 13% HST waiver, has moved the market a little bit, but hasn't moved that much. So when the market is good, whether you got a $30,000 DC or a $60,000 DC, houses were being sold. When the market is bad, you got to get to that point where there's enough motivation for someone to jump into the market. And when the market's moving again, I'll be the first one here to say, well, okay, the market doesn't need help right now. We can take a look at that, but you have to be cognizant of what's going on in the market and what is not working, and it's not working right now.
And this commits us for 10 years?
That's correct, yeah. It's a waiver for 10 years if you're part of the project, if you get an accepted project.
Do you have to complete for 10 years? Do you have to go through
If they give you the money, yes, you have to honor the contract.
Okay, do we have other questions of, yeah, go ahead, Councillor Patel.
With our DC charges increased, I don't think it should be a big issue for us, even if we go 50% down, right? Because we increased our DC charges last year, so I think we're in a good position.
Yeah, I think we only collected a couple of $1 million worth of DCs in total last year. So it's like, for us right now, we're talking like $1 million type of deal. And if I go get $15 million funding from the province, I'll sign that deal all day long.
Right, right. It sounds like a good idea, but I personally do not think it's coming from the one wallet, because well, development pays for development, the homeowner pays for the development charges. Now all the taxpayers are paying for this homeowner to buy a home. So I'll support it, but I just do not think it's the right thing. I know we're trying to get shovels in the ground, but it's going to be our kids and grandkids paying for it, not the people who are buying home right now. So that's the comment I have.
Any other questions or comments? So I'm going to tell you guys something. Nobody has as good a handle on finances than this guy. Like, we are lucky we have a resident corporate financial expert working with us. So we got a team.
And James Dowling.
No, but we do. We've got a team led by somebody who knows this. And in his past life, when he was at Deloitte, we would have been asking him for advice on a program like that. So if he's saying this is something we need to do, I'm saying none of us are as good an expert in this field as this. Did we make a motion already? No, we didn't?
No, we did.
Yeah, we did, yeah.
Sorry, we did.
Just to recap, the motion, the 4-point motion has been moved by Councillor Newestag and Councillor Baldinelli.
Okay, so you two already moved it. Okay. So is there any more discussion before I call the vote? That's the question, yes?
I just think this is a no-brainer. This is a gift that we're being given, and I think it's a wonderful thing. So, to me, I would go as fast as we could. We haven't seen this opportunity. Yeah, it's absolutely fabulous. So, to me, it's simple and no-brainer, and definitely support it.
Any other discussions to this? Okay, Tony must have a date tonight. Okay,
I'm supporting it too.
All those in favor? Okay, unanimous, Madam Clerk. New business, do we have any new business?
Yes.
No, there's none? None tonight?
Just
Okay,
one
none,
question.
okay, then.
Quick question for the staff.
No, Councillor Peter Angelo? You had your hand up?
Thanks, Your Worship. Just two quick items. One is the Millennium Trail. There was some damage done on the Millennium Trail the last few years.
What section?
I believe it's in between McLeod and Lundy's Lane.
Oh, yeah.
The last few years, we've worked with OPG. They've been wonderful. They've been doing plantings every year. They've really become like very good partners on the Millennium Trail. So just direction to staff, could we possibly reach out to OPG to see whether or not, you know, their upcoming planting this year can correct some of the damage that happened there? And I'm sure that that's an easy one.
Which step would that be? Yep, Mr. Nichol? Oh, together. Okay, great. Okay, so that's direction staff?
Yep. Second one, Your Worship, is Fireman's Park. This came up at the flag raising for the Mayor's Accessibility Committee. And actually, I sent Heather a picture, if she can put it up, and I had sent the picture to Mr. Nichol earlier in the meeting, and he's already color-coded what needs to be done.
Holy.
So we have an accessible sidewalk that connects the two parking lots, but the one side of the accessible parking lot does not have any markings on it, so they get cars that park there, which really blocks the entire sidewalk. So Mr. Nichol already said that he would take care of it, but just so that council's aware, Your Worship.
Excellent. Good
Thank
work. Good work. Great artwork. Okay, thank you. Councillor Patel, did you have new business too?
Yeah, I just have a couple questions for us, but especially Ms. Moldenhauer. I know last year we brought up the cameras in the Oaks Park and some of the facilities. What's the status on that?
Thank you. And through to the mayor. The camera projects will be completed next week. They're not live yet. So we'll be ready to go very soon.
Okay, good.
Okay, thank you. And another question for Mr. Gallagher. Is he here? Oh, yeah.
He just woke up.
How about the tall grass in the city? Are we doing proactive approach? But there are lots of properties have not cut the grass. The grass is about 2 feet tall, and hearing complaint from residents about the rodents around it, rats around it. So have you got any complaints about it, and do we know what we are doing with that?
Yes, through the mayor. So we've had, I just did the stats this morning, we've had 100 additional complaints that we've received for the month of May and compared to last year. We are proactively addressing those complaints. We have our student officers that are out daily. So we have to allow for 5 to 7 days for the property owner to go ahead and respond to that. And then in turn, we use our contracted suppliers to go ahead and cut that grass. So to answer your question, yes, well aware of it. Myself, I speak to the mayor daily in regards to reports that he receives. I monitor social media to see if there's anything that comes up, and we are going to continue to address it in an effective manner.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
And the last thing is shout out to Mr. Nichol and his team for finishing the first pass of the street sweeping by June 1st. So kudos, good job.
Good job.
Yeah.
Obi-Wan Clean Obi. Well done. Honeymoon sweep. You gotta love these guys. Is there any other new business? Seeing none, how to motion for adjourn? Yes? Oh my gosh. Thank you, Councilor Angels.
Nothing's official. We'd have to do it all over
You weren't here oh, don't do that again. You weren't here last time and I got lost. I'm still lost. Motion by Councilor Pietrangelo to give the bylaws a first, second, and third reading, seconded by Councilor Lococo.
I'll second it, but we have to pull 050. That's about the Integrity Commissioner bylaw.
Okay.
We deferred that.
Oh, okay, yep. Okay, we got that? All those in favor? All right, we're adjourned, everybody. Have a good night.
No, you have to have a motion.
Oh, my gosh, motion for adjournment. Councilor Patel, Councilor Baldinelli, all those in favor? We're adjourned. Now we're adjourned. Thank you.
Otherwise.